Hello, my name is Drew Combs. I'm Menlo Park Mayor for 2021. Welcome to the City Council's March 23rd regular City Council meeting. This is a teleconference meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating remotely to ensure proper social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. First, I'd like to introduce staff and City Council members present. Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, City Council members Ray Mueller, Cecilia Taylor, and Jen Willison. Staff present include City Manager Starla Jerome Robinson and City Attorney Nara Doherty and City Clerk Judy Herron. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And again, echoing a welcome to our regular March 23rd City Council meeting. At this time, we do ask that the City Council remain on screen for the duration of the meeting, engaging your own webcams and microphones. Staff will engage their webcams and microphones when making presentations or responding to any City Council questions. For members of the public wishing to speak on an item on tonight's agenda, we ask that after the mayor calls for public comment on that item, you click the raise hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a cell phone or a landline, please press *9 to raise your virtual hand. And just as a reminder, we are currently recruiting for our advisory body vacancies. You can find more information on our website or connecting with any of city staff, myself, City Council members. That recruitment is open through April 17th. Looking forward to seeing a plethora of applications. That does conclude my introduction at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. So with that, we'll turn to informational items in the sense of seeing if there is any item that's currently listed as informational that anyone on City Council would like to discuss. And again, and this is mainly a heads up because those are generally at the end of the meeting for giving staff an awareness of whether they need to stick around. Vice Mayor Nash and then Council Member Willison.
Thank you. So I'd like to pull temporary outdoor dining grant program update.
And pull as in you want to discuss.
So yes, and I believe that there's some decisions from council that would be beneficial to staff to get it moving, but it is an informational item. So I'm not sure exactly how that proceeds.
Yeah, no set. So we'll discuss it. We'll do whatever the constraints are under whatever constraints we'll discuss and take action. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted clarification on J6 on the federal funding and what the process is going to look like.
So in a sense, okay, so that'll be a question that you have. Okay, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I would like to actually discuss J3, and it's actually just requesting an item to be added to the agenda in the future.
And Vice Mayor Nash, or is that a holdover? Okay, cool. All right, so that's so at the end of the meeting, or when we come to informational items, J1, J3, and J6 are the items of which there are some discussion. Our council has some follow-up questions. Okay, cool. So with that, we'll move on to the study session portion of the meeting. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the City Council in the near future. City staff will provide a brief presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to City Council for action. With that, our first item, our first study session item is C1, National League of Cities Race Equity and Leadership Program. Here to introduce the item is Assistant Community Service Director Adrienne Lee Bird.
Good evening, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, and members of the City Council. So tonight we'll be asking you to provide direction on the National League of Cities Race, Equity, and Leadership Program as a tool to advance the City Council's goal of addressing racial equity in Menlo Park. So through your goal setting sessions, the Council has identified diversity, equity, and inclusion as an area of interest for prioritization in 2021. And on January 12th, a budget amendment was approved to fund a sustained effort to move us forward in this area. So tonight we're really lucky to have Leon Andrews here. I'm going to read a little bit of his bio. So Leon Andrews was appointed as the inaugural Director for Race, Equity, and Leadership, REAL, at the National League of Cities in 2015. Prior, Leon served as a Senior Fellow and Program Director at the National League of Cities Institute for Education, Youth, and Families, where he led all of the Institute's youth development work with mayors and other municipal leaders around the country. He's a published author, a presenter at several conferences and other forums throughout the country, and serves on a number of national and local boards, including the National Recreation and Parks Association, past president, Change Labs Solutions, past chair, National Council on Crime and Delinquency, and the National Network for Youth. He received his Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Howard University, a Master's in Public Policy and Management from Carnegie Mellon University, and is a PhD candidate in the Urban and Regional Planning programs at the University of Michigan. So I'm going to welcome Leon Andrews, who's here from NLC, REAL's program, and he's Zooming to us from Washington, D.C. So let's see, Judy. Oh, there you are. Okay. I will be quiet. Thanks, Leon, for coming to tell us more about the program.
Thank you, Adrian. Good evening. Can everyone hear me? Thank you. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Great to be with you today, and appreciate the opportunity to share the work that we're doing and the possibility of being able to partner with you as the city continues to build on the work to really advance racial equity. I wanted to just provide some broad overview of the work that we do at NLC and to give a little bit of sense of how we work with cities that are trying to advance racial equity within their cities. REAL was created 6 years ago after the killing of Michael Brown in the city of Ferguson. The city of Ferguson is a member of the National League of Cities, and the rising tensions that they experienced. We weren't doing a lot of racial justice work at the time, and our new CEO, Clarence Anthony, really wasn't, didn't have a lot of resources and tools to help when they reached out. We've been on the journey since those 6 years, really trying to figure out, even as we fast forward 6 years later, as in the past year, how so many cities have been responding to with the protests and uprisings after the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery, Rayshard Brooks, and so many others. And so the work that REAL has been doing has been grounded in the mission of our work. Our mission, when we launched REAL 6 years ago, is recognizing the unique role we play as a membership-based organization serving local leaders across the country, of what can we do to really strengthen the knowledge and capacity of local leaders to understand the role they play to eliminate racial disparities, heal racial tensions, and building more equitable communities. That really drives the work that we do. And so that work takes on many shapes and forms, from training and capacity building to technical assistance work, to peer learning networks that we've created, as well as the intentionality to how we are making connections to special populations, from our boys and men of color work, our women and girls, to our religiously persecuted, particularly our Muslim populations, our indigenous community, our LGBTQ+. And so just recognizing that there are a lot of intersections in the work that we do and how that shows up. And so in the last 6 years, the work has grown and has grown exponentially, particularly in the last year after the protests and uprisings. You can see that the number of state leagues that we're in, which are shaded in blue, are close to engaging more than 30 state leagues. We're doing some ongoing work right now with the League of California Cities that some of you may be familiar with. And so just acknowledging the the amount of work, the amount of engagement, and this map doesn't actually fully represent the number of cities and towns and villages that we've been working with in 2020 in the last year. So the growth has been exponential. I just wanted to give you a sense of the kind of the breadth and depth, but I also want to be very clear. There is no one city, town, or village that has figured this work out, right? Everyone is on its own journey, right? There's no one that's figured out a way to end structural racism, right? So this work is about a journey, and just really wanted to be very clear about that as Menlo Park is really leaning in and really figuring out your own journey that you're continuing. And it's in that space that NLC has been pretty clear about why we lead with race. We've been very explicit about that when we launched 6 years ago, and just wanted to kind of name that for us. We lead with race because the data takes us there, whether we are talking about infant mortality rates to life expectancy. Race is still the strongest predictor of one's success, controlling for everything else in a person's background. And so we know that whether we're talking about education or housing, criminal justice, what we realized in this past year, as everyone saw the incredible disparities as we look and continue to see the impact that coronavirus is having on our Black community, our Indigenous community, our Latin, Hispanic community, and even a number of our sub-Asian specific Islander communities as we look at our Vietnamese, Laos, Cambodian populations. So we know that from the data. We knew that before COVID, and the data really reinforced it. Just highlighting that, just as I'm naming it, there was a study put out by the Center for Disease Control a few years ago looking at maternal mortality rates, and they controlled for everything in a woman's background, controlled for how much money she made, her educational status, where she lived in the country, and still after controlling for that, still found that Black women had 2 to 3 times higher rates of maternal mortality, right? And it's not just talking about maternal mortality. We could be looking at our criminal justice system. We could be looking at our educational system, unemployment rates, housing. Again, it's important to realize that even as we are talking about wealth in this country and looking at the huge wealth gaps in our communities. So again, knowing that race is the strongest predictor, that's the reason why we lead with race. And that's what we mean when we say racial equity. And advancing racial equity is closing the gaps where race is no longer predicting one's success while improving outcomes for everyone. We want to see both. We don't want to see that race is still the strongest predictor. So what's the work we need to do to close the gaps where race is no longer predicting one's success while also seeing outcomes improve for everyone? And so then that's the work of being targeted. Dr. John Powell from the Othering and Belonging Institute at Berkeley calls it targeted universalism. What does it mean to be targeted in our process, but universal in our goals? And that's really where the work is as we start working with cities of what does it mean to take on that lens as you're trying to advance racial equity while going beyond looking at services. It's really about trying to get to root causes. It's looking at policies, it's looking at your systems and really trying to figure out what that work looks like, while also holding that while we know race is the strongest predictor, we still have to be very intentional about understanding how that overlaps with other issues of classism and ableism and queerphobia and sexism. There's understanding these compound inequities, and is really also important to hold while we know race is still the strongest predictor. It's not a either or, it's a both and that's the work of talking about intersectionality, which was a term that was created by Kimberly Crenshaw back in the 1980s. And so understanding intersectionality as we're centering race. And so I just wanted to name that because that serves as the foundation of the work we do. And I want to walk through the kinds of work we do with cities as we are centering race and understanding how we center race within the context of understanding intersectionality. And so we offer a range of services and supports to cities that are really trying to advance this work. And I want to just kind of give you a very high level of what it is that falls into each of these categories. And so I want to start with assessments. As we talk about the kinds of assessment work that we do with cities, it's really thinking about it in 4 different ways. There is assessment at the staff level, understanding staff's perspectives on race and racial equity. How comfortable are they talking about race? How comfortable are they identifying racial inequities? How comfortable are they on being able to talk to others about race and racial equity? That perspective on how they show up and even their perspective on how this work is playing out in their departments and across the city. That assessment work is foundational to really measuring progress that you're making and really starting to see staff's comfortability and being able to have a strong perspective on where this work is going across the city. But we also do assessments at the department level, particularly as you start doing this work. What we have found in the work we do with cities, that each department might define racial equity differently from each other. And so you want to make sure you're standardizing that work and being able to make sure you're comparing across departments that we're using similar language and how we're defining what kind of work we're doing. And so being able to assess that as you're making progress is so important. The third is more deeper work with cities, departments, and really looking at your data governance, particularly the work around how are you collecting and disaggregating data by race and ethnicity and using that data to examine potential patterns of disparities. And so that data governance is another opportunity for assessment. And then the other assessment that we offer is really the centering of the community, mapping, really who are the players out there. There might be folks that you may be more familiar with and ones that you may be less familiar with, but what's the mapping work that needs to happen to really that's intentional about centering the voices of your Black community, your Latin, Hispanic community, your Asian, your Indigenous community, and that intentionality is important. All of our assessment work that we do is really done in co-design with the city and the city team the teams that we're working with. And so we have sample questions that we come up with. We share that with the city teams. There's a whole process of deliberating towards finalizing assessments before they get administered. There's a whole process of thinking through how we want to administer it, who administers it, the process of analyzing it and using the data to really drive the work. And so each assessment follows a very similar methodology in how we do the work, but it's really grounded in co-designing. And we also want to be very clear, by no means are we suggesting that you need to do all of these assessments all at the same time. It's just more so just identifying the different types of assessments that you want to be thinking about that strategically works for the work that you're trying to advance in the city. And so there are a number of different instruments. This is an example of our community mapping instrument that's serving as a starting point and a process to how we do the work. And so just wanted to give you a sense of kind of the assessments as one aspect of the work that we do. I want to talk a little bit about the training, which is the second area of services that we provide cities. The training that we do with cities are really organized around this framework that we continue to find a very helpful framework that we've modified from our friends and partners at the Government Alliance for Race and Equity, which really is talking about normalizing, operationalizing, and organizing. And so each of them serve as a foundation for building out a training series that we offer cities. And so within each of those areas, we've built out kind of a series of training. So within our Real 100, we refer to that as our normalizing. And that's really foundational to the work, which is creating spaces for people to get comfortable talking about race. Many times people have been taught not to talk about it. In fact, you're relearning something that you've been taught not to do. And so what's the work that needs to happen for people to get comfortable leaning in and having these conversations? And so that normalizing is important, and really thinking about who's going through that, from elected officials to senior leadership to folks across the department, thinking about how do we design a training series for a range of people across the city. So that Real 100 is kind of the initial part of the training. And then after you start getting comfortable talking about it and normalizing, the Real 200 is much more around operationalizing, learning how to use a racial equity tool and practicing it. And how do you practice it as you look at policies? We call it the 3 Ps, your policies, practices, and procedures. Like, how are you looking at that across the work and learning how to practice? The Real 300 series is much more focused on organizing, and that's where we spend more time working with cities to really set goals, racial equity goals for the city, and begin to think about how do you organize across the city within your departments. What's the work that needs to happen that could include developing racial equity action plans, and what does that look like as you're developing those plans that align with the goals that you're setting? And so that Real 300 is much more around the organizing, setting goals, to developing plans. And the 400 is more focused on creating a train-to-trainer space where there's a team within the city that can be equipped to do this work and sustain this work. As you think about what it means for this to be built in to who we are as a city. So one, to give you a very high level of the trainings that we offer. I want to talk very briefly about the third part of our services, which is our capacity building and technical assistance. And that very much is really working very early on to really think about how do you build a core team? What does that team look like to really do this work? It shouldn't be living with just one person. What's the intentionality of that? And what's the work of that team towards developing racial equity plans and organizing the trainings and coordinating the assessments? All of that work is done in partnership with trying to think about the capacity that you're building for the short term, but also thinking about what it looks like for the long term. You know, and that long term is really the intentionality of looking across your systems, across your agencies, and thinking about what needs to be done to organize within your departments, and what's the work from building accountability agreements to developing work plans to thinking about how this shows up in performance reviews to how are you centering racial equity tools in the work, and really how do you really actualize this racial equity action plans. And so that organizing takes on many shapes and forms, and just kind of wanted to name that piece of it. And then the last part of our work, and this is not necessarily in this order, it's not linear, I'm just kind of describing the buckets. It's very much making soup, right? So there's a lot of making of soup that comes in the space. But the last piece is community conversations. And that's a really important piece that we feel we do in partnership with local community partners. So for instance, we're doing some work we have with the city of Carpinteria, California right now, where contractually our strengths are working with the city because we work with city leaders, city government, but there's intentionality of the city also wanting to work with the community. So we're working with a local consultant firm called Just Communities, and we've partnered together to put together some joint work that we're doing as we're providing some of the work internally with the city and making sure the city is ready to do this community engagement work, because many times cities may not be as ready as you think you are because some of these conversations can be very difficult. And so you got to be on your own journey to make sure you're ready to kind of present in an authentic way where you're having some difficult, uncomfortable conversations. So the work that we do with cities is both getting ready, but you want to be able to present in a way to the community that's incredibly authentic, and that we are committed to systemic change, and we realize that government has been designed in a way that has not benefited everyone, and that there's real trauma that you want to be naming as you're leaning in to be able to say, well, what's the real talk conversations that we need to have? So that partnership that we're doing in Carpinteria allows us to be able to balance between the work that's happening within the city and then the work that needs to happen in the community. And so that's what we refer to as the real talks, right? And how do you have those real talks in partnership with the community? And then finally, as I've said all of that, I want to kind of just reinforce how important it is to kind of think about the timeline of all of this work. It might seem overwhelming as I'm running through it very quickly, but the work is really to begin to scale this work out. And so this is an example of a timeline we're doing with another city in Columbia, and really thinking about all the work that they're trying to do and how do we try to estimate that and being flexible to making adjustments as we think about the work. And so one is kind of just named that we're very intentional about thinking about this as a phased approach, but also being very intentional about making sure you're not doing too much and thinking about the best way to sequence this as you're doing the work. So I'm going to pause there after sharing a lot to see if there are any questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews, for that presentation. Why don't we take this opportunity to call for public comment on this item, and then we'll bring it back to the dais for any follow-up questions and discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item C1, National League of Cities Race, Equity, and Leadership Program, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a cell phone or a landline, please press *9 at this time. And our first public commenter will be Lynn Bramlett.
Good afternoon, council members, and also Mr. Andrews. I want to talk about something that very much relates to the idea of what we just heard. And I've got to give a little background first, so please bear with me. Basically, it was a disturbing situation that I happened to be a part of. And it calls for protocols that pertain to, I think, the city manager's job description and interaction with the key staff, and how the key staff interact with council members. So I have noticed during my years that there's a manual for commissioners or some kind of policy. There's a council procedure manual where I felt the role was detailed toward the, and somewhat restricted, but I've never seen anything like this for the staff, and I think it's needed. And we definitely need an action plan that goes beyond training programs. So I'm happy to hear what Mr. Andrews elaborated. And the situation was a week ago, we all heard one of the council members mention talking with the city manager about vaccine clinics going to homes. And at that point, Councilmember Taylor spoke up and said, I want to be part of that conversation early. And absolutely, this is her community where, they don't really want outsiders coming in, telling them what they need, etc. So I heard it. And so I was very surprised that following Friday, I happened to be speaking with a block coordinator in Belhaven, and the person told me there's going to be a vaccination clinic tomorrow. And I said, that's odd. I hadn't heard. I'm going to call Councilmember Taylor and offer to help, because I had been at the one the Saturday before. I was helping with the lunches, etc. So Councilmember Taylor told me she was notified by text on Wednesday. And so my point is, well, there may be excuses or reasons given why they had to bypass her, why the county and the city, because I later went around, I was doing a count of a certain kind of building in the area. And so I noticed some flyers taped to mailboxes, which I actually don't think we're supposed to be doing. But the main point is I went there at 12:30, 1:30, and 3 because I was in the area. And I have to say the community-led one with Belhaven Action, I thought it was a lot better. And in the interest of time, I don't have time to elaborate why, but I could give you my findings. It was better, for so many reasons. So I think any event in a district should include the council members, a primary member of the planning team. And we need to be receptive to what the council members say, their ideas, suggestions, and we need an action plan. And one of those action plans, I'd like to see an affirmative action plan, which is part of the municipal code underneath the city manager. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for any public comment on item C1. Our next public commenter will be Julie Shanson.
Hi, members. I was excited that this was coming up in your study session this evening. I think we all asked for the city to undertake such an activity, and I am thrilled that we can factor in race as something that actually determines outcomes. One of the things that came to my attention was that race also affects whether or not you're going to live or die when you contract COVID-19. So even though this work that the city is embarking upon is going to outlast the pandemic, it helps to remember that we are in a pandemic and to remember who among us is most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And Mayor Combs, seeing no further hands raised, You may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you for everyone who provided public comment. So before I see Councilmember Mueller's hand is up, and I'll go to him, but first I want to go to Ms. Lee Bird and just get a sort of a reframing of exactly what at the end of this you want from council, all right, or you would find most helpful in sort of setting up the next step.
Sure, thank you. So we would love your feedback on the program, areas that you have questions on or you particularly have an interest in. What we're hoping to do, if this is something that you were excited about, is to work with the real program and really tailor it for our organization. And then we would incorporate your comments and bring them back at a future date and basically lay out next steps and the schedule and the plan of the program, incorporating your concerns and any issues that you saw.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to the public comment, only because for some reason, my idea about bringing one-shot vaccines in partnership with the fire board to residents in Menlo Park who are homebound was somehow included in the discussion, and it's completely unrelated. It's completely unrelated. Like, to my knowledge, the idea that we would work with the fire board and EMTs to bring one-shot vaccines to people who otherwise have difficulty getting out of their homes to get vaccinations has no bearing on what happened in Bellhaven at a vaccination clinic that the county put on this weekend. So I wanted to make that distinction. And then secondarily, just say I'm in support of this effort that's been brought before us in the study session, as I've indicated on prior occasion. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Mueller, and I'll just add in being responsive to the public comment. Going forward in connection with any vaccination event, all members of City Council will be notified of it beforehand. And so there may be a larger policy discussion to be had regarding sort of events and districts and the engagement of council members and the notice that they get, which I'm not in a position to make a fiat decision on that. But I have engaged with staff regarding specifically vaccination events in districts, and going forward, every member of council will be apprised of vaccination events in the city before they're finalized, or certainly before they're announced. Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Mueller, in connection with Mr. Andrews' presentation. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I think the program sounds terrific. My big question, and I'm looking to Mr. Andrews, I'm sure many cities are struggling with this, is given our resources and that we are struggling to meet service levels in basic services, how do we set up the city and our staff and ourselves to be most successful in taking this program on and not further deteriorating service levels? Any suggestions?
I appreciate the question, Vice Mayor Nash. I don't know if I would have specific questions on the budget side of it. What I can speak to is, that we are working contractually with a number of cities of different sizes that are navigating through some of these budget decisions, and are seeing this as a priority for how they're intentional about making sure that they are prioritizing equity in the work that they're doing, and making sure that there are no blind spots, particularly as we're thinking about what it means to build back and thinking about all the questions that are connected to those that have been impacted the most by coronavirus, as was named earlier. And the other thing the conversations I have had more recently, NLC has been out front on really advocating for the resources that have come through the American Recovery ARP plan. And we're obviously celebrating the success of making sure that those dollars, that there were dollars going directly to cities as part of the ARP. And we know that's slowly rolling out, but there are a number of cities that are having conversations with us about how are they leveraging dollars that are coming in, that allowing them to make sure that they're not, that they're being more intentional about how racial equity is centering in their work as they're thinking about the implementation of the long term of wanting to see racial equity be at the foundation. And so I know that some cities are thinking about resources in that way from that perspective, but that's not the only conversations we're having with cities. That's just one lens that I've been aware of.
Thank you. I was actually, I appreciate that. I'm actually thinking more, do cities staff up in order to, I'm thinking more of actually people and not the money part of it, but how do we actually get enough people to be able to appropriately address the real program and bring it back into the organization while still maintaining the services that we're doing.
Sorry, I'm sorry for missing that. So there are definitely a range of ways that cities are thinking about capacity. There is some that are bringing on dedicated staff as they start to do this work and to really help coordinate it. And in some cities that's starting to happen. I think about the work we started in Arlington, Massachusetts, the town of Arlington, Massachusetts. The city manager, the town manager there was very interested in really building this work out. And so when we first came on board, he was thinking about how did he bring on a dedicated, this kind of chief equity officer that ended up being kind of a person that really was serving to help coordinate the work. But part of, as they start staffing, the work that needs to happen is thinking of balance between hiring someone, but also figuring out how it gets embedded across the city and town, so across the agency. So there's what's the structure that's still bringing together people in their existing roles that play influence, have an important influence within their departments to move this work forward. So while there is some cities that are dedicating, bringing on new staff, it's not in substitute of the work that still needs to happen within the city or town to make sure that there's shared ownership. And so how you think about capacity that is asking departments to identify key people that you want to be a part of this process and go through the work has been also part of the journey that a lot of cities are thinking through.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Vice Mayor Nash. I'll quickly sort of slip in with my own question before going to Councilmember Willison. Just so I'm understanding either to Ms. Bird or Mr. Andrews, is this program sort of like a buffet, or is it like sort of prefix? If I'm using sort of restaurant terms, like, right? Is the idea that these elements all stack onto each other and you know, each one is needed? Or do you have scenarios, and if you sat this during the presentation and I missed it, my apologies, or do you have scenarios where cities are sort of, you know, picking certain elements that they think sort of suit them?
It's a great question, Mayor, and it's not definitely not prefixed, but what we're offering you are the foundation of work that we know cities are going through that we think are important to do this work. What it will look like will vary by city. And so for instance, what we try to avoid in our guidance to cities is don't feel like you should come, cities that are coming to us and say, oh, we want to just do a training and that's all we want. And that usually raises flags for us, right? Because to do this work does require more than just checking the box to say we're just going to do a training. And so the question is, what is the city's journey to really do this work? And the framework gives you a sense of how to think about the journey as you're trying to build a strong foundation to do the work. And so you may not be taking it all on, but you're thinking about, okay, what kind of assessments should we be thinking about? You know, what's the work that we want to do that's committed to this training and building goals and developing racial equity plans? How are we thinking about the capacity that needs to be that needs to exist that ties, I think, to the question that Vice Mayor Nash was asking, like, how does this exist? Where does this live? And how do we think this across the department? Like, and what kind of dialogue do we want to have with the community? What does that look like? So that it gives you a framework, and then what you come up with will look probably very different than what Carpinteria is doing right now, right? So it's just like what would work for Menlo Park, right? As we think about customizing it. So it's not prefixed like you got to do this, but it does give you a framework for thinking about the work that pushes you beyond just checking the box to say we're just done one thing and we're good and we can move on. We've addressed the racial equity issues and now we can move on to the next thing, right? So it's a little bit of both. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of a nuance to the answer to your question.
No, thanks. I appreciate the answer. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andrews, for your presentation and for coming and joining us. I was really moved by a sentence that was included in your proposal, and I just wanted to read it. It said, improving the racial equity within systems and structures requires political will, a readiness among all participants to not do business as usual, and commitment from top leaders, public agencies, civil society, and the community. And I hear what you're saying, that this is not kind of a you're in and out kind of a thing. This is baking it into everything that we do. And I actually have a question for staff related to this. Council, I mean, I am really excited about this program, and I'm getting the sense that our community is looking to us to do this work. But it's really going to be a heavier lift for staff. And I think this might be what Vice Mayor Nash was getting at. Given the commitments that staff has, how realistic can we be about being able to integrate this work at this time? Because I don't want to do something and then have it not meet our expectations. I want to set us up to succeed. And when I also am thinking about the community's involvement, it sounds like it's a lot of work that the city would be doing internally, putting the community conversations aside for a moment. And I just want to see, again, for transparency for the community, that I think, and for the council who have a lot of hopes riding on this effort, I want to make sure we're building in kind of check-ins and transparency so that we can all be part of this journey together. So that's kind of a question for staff, is how do you foresee having the capacity to do this work, kind of building off Vice Mayor Nash's question, and being able to offer a window to the community on the internal conversations that are taking place. And then I'll ask my second question, and then I'll be quiet for a little bit. Is we, Mr. Andrews, I don't know, you probably don't know everything that's going on in Menlo Park, but we're going to be embarking on our housing element, just like pretty much every other city in the state. And we also are having a new police chief coming on board and an appetite to talk about police reform. We have a climate action plan that we obviously need to look at with an equitable lens. And there are a lot of community conversations. And we talk a lot here about kind of meeting fatigue and making sure that the community doesn't get burned out. And so my second big question is, I guess for you, Mr. Andrews, how do we incorporate, because I like the idea of community conversations, but I really want them to be action oriented and not just talking about stuff, but we have real policy things coming up related to housing and policing and climate and things. How do we make sure that those is there a way to integrate the conversations that need to take place on those policy topics with the work that you're doing, so we're not having like more than we can handle, but still get to the core of what you're getting at?
I think that's a great question. And the short answer, again, not knowing all of the dynamics, is I would think yes would be the answer to the question. And part of what I'm hearing, at least, is that there are some key areas that you've already started to identify where there are opportunities to center racial equity in those conversations. And so part of what could be the opportunity is how to present it in a way where it doesn't feel like separate issues, but it's a collective conversation around areas where you want as a city to be committed to seeing change, systemic change happen. And so part of the, and I don't know where you are in the journey of this work, but how do you, where is the city in acknowledging why racial equity needs to be tied to this, to the housing, to climate change, to public safety, et cetera? What part of it is the city willing to acknowledge as you talk about why racial equity is important? Because part of that acknowledgement, just to name this, is that to have these authentic conversations, yes, there is some healing that needs to happen between city and the community, right? And that healing is first acknowledgement of harm that's been caused, right? And so if you're really committed to making some of these structural changes, there's got to be something in that narrative that you have to be ready as a city to say that speaks to the harm that we know government, you may not have done it personally, but government has caused to Black communities, Hispanic, Latin communities, Asian, Indigenous communities. And we know that government has played a role in that. And we want to do something different. We realize that we're on a journey. In order to do that, we have to be willing to change systems and transform these systems. That's got to be messaged, and it's got to be owned by the city, right? And not just if some, not some, but it's like collectively, staff need to get that, the departments need to understand it, and not feel offended by the fact that you're presenting that way. That's just presenting the history of who we are as a government. And so to be able to do that then sets you up for saying, okay, we're not just having conversations for conversations purpose, we're actually wanting to lean into these uncomfortable conversations to figure out what we as a city are committing to do to change these systems. And to be able to do that, we need to create the space to have these community conversations. And I think if you can set it up that way and then say, here are the areas that we're starting to really build out as we're looking at housing, as we're looking at our climate, as we're looking at public safety, then you show the connections to the kinds of difficult conversations you're having. And it feels more than just a conversation. Now it feels like you're seeking the community to kind of give you the recommendations that you as a council are willing to say that we're willing to make these changes as we're really having these difficult conversations with the community. So I feel you can tie it without knowing all the details. It feels like this sounds like an exciting opportunity to be intentional about connecting those other pieces.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and thank you, Mr. Andrews, for your presentation. I really appreciate it. I have waited to say anything because I have many thoughts at this moment. For someone who has dealt with, while I've been an elected official, microaggressions and gaslighting on a regular basis, and always thinking about how to re-explain my experiences to get my point across in different ways, how much work actually goes into trying to get people to really listen to what you're saying. And so for me, the work that your organization can do for our organization in Menlo Park, it has to be uncomfortable. It has to be done in tandem with all these other policies that we're looking to change with housing, with climate. It has to be a part of the discussion. We overuse the term equity as if we know what it means, and we truly don't. And I find it, I find it actually egregious because we use it, we harm people in the name of equity because we don't know what it means. And so in order to change that, we have to admit that we don't know what we're doing. And I'll use the vaccine clinic as an example because I just looked at an email that another one is coming. And so the day before it was announced in public, I said at the fire board meeting, if there are efforts happening in my community, I want to be a part of the planning in the beginning. No one on staff with the city spoke up and said, Councilmember Taylor, we are planning a vaccine event in your community. No one has called and said anything to me. I got an email from the city manager, I don't know, 5 days later. And so for me, to me, it shows a lack of respect for my leadership. And it shows a lack of respect for my community. What I have received in emails and phone calls and text messages as how my community was treated during this vaccine event is shameful. And no one's talking about that, but I get an email from the assistant city manager that there's going to be another event this Saturday. People were turned away. They needed to have ID, all the information that they claimed that they didn't need, they were told they needed it while they stood in line for 4 hours. No one greeted them in line to say, you don't qualify. Instead, they waited until people got up to the door to ask to get a vaccine and were told no. The county or the city hired someone that isn't familiar with the community. It's just the way it was done. And then for me, it's almost like a brush off, as if the community doesn't have the same value as other communities. And these are communities we claim are communities of concern. And so for me, I'm going to talk about the structural and systemic racism in Menlo Park that exists, that I experience as an elected official on a regular basis until change happens. So if the council decides that they don't want to move forward on this, I will continue to say the same things. And so for me, I would like to see this process work where people who are uncomfortable with saying, I feel discriminated against as an employee of the city of Menlo Park, have an opportunity to have input without being in fear of losing their job. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see this truly happen in a city that won't acknowledge its own practices. They won't acknowledge it. And I'm proof of that. The only way for a Black woman to exist in a leadership role in the city of Menlo Park is to be elected, not hired, elected, because the people wanted me here. And so what I need, what you're working on, what you're bringing to the city of Menlo Park, I need it to actually happen in tandem with everything else. I don't care about the amount of work that's going to happen internally, because it needs to happen anyways. Imagine if you've been discriminated against for 50 years, what your life has been like. The struggle is real. I don't know if anybody really understands what that means, but it happens every day for some people. And sometimes they die with that in their hearts. They die with it in their minds. And now on top of COVID, I don't see much change happening. And I believe a lot of this has to do with the amount of money that governments are going to be receiving in light of COVID. So they benefit off of our community struggling once again. Why? Because there's money on the table, and that there can't be leadership not from a Black woman. It has to be from a man, more specifically, a white man. And so for me, whatever work needs to be done in the city of Menlo Park, we are going to roll up our sleeves, get our tissue boxes out, and be uncomfortable about what it feels like to deal with structural and systemic racism for your entire life. Deal with it. And so I would like to see opportunity for staff that feel discriminated against to have an opportunity at the table to talk about their experiences without fear of being fired. I want to see community members able to report feeling like a hate crime existed and not being told, no, that's not what you experienced. No, your neighbor isn't discriminating against you. I want people to feel comfortable in the city of Menlo Park. And right now it is extremely uncomfortable. And so we have to work through the problem. We have to work through the racism. Work through the racism and not just say we are a city of equity when we're not. We are clearly not. And so I welcome the work that you can bring to our city. I welcome it. And I just hope that the rest of council and our staff could just figure out how to be uncomfortable.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Taylor. Ms. Lieber, a good thing you came back on, because
I couldn't turn my camera on. I'm sorry.
No.
I just got it back on.
My next question actually is for you and possibly the city manager. When it comes to the planning and sort of implementation of this program in the city, I know you have been the main POC thus far and have led this effort. Is the plan for you to stay in that leadership main POC role? If
No.
not, then who would be responsible for this?
Sure. So one thing in speaking with Leon that we talked about that I think makes a lot of sense is we really want buy-in from the entire organization. So it's really important to actually have a team or a task force within the city of staff from all departments and at all levels of the organization, because really you're going to see folks on the front line who see things that people at City Hall that they don't see. And so once everyone is going through the training and sees, the assessments and learns the tools, it's really helpful to have eyes on all parts of the organization, I think. In terms of what Vice Mayor Nash and Councilmember Wollison mentioned in terms of capacity. This is my understanding, but I think Leon can correct me if I'm wrong, is once we've learned the tools and learned about building capacity, we're really there to put together an action plan. And so it's at that point, the city and staff in conjunction with council can determine on how much we can, how big of a bite can we, that's the wrong word, but anyway, how much can we address at a specific time? So I'm assuming that we would basically say, okay, in Q2 and 3, we're going to tackle these issues or look at these areas. We think here's the, if there's a trade-off on, you know, how much staff time it might take and all of that, and how big of a project it would be, we would talk to the city council and receive direction. Leon, is that how you've seen it work in other cities in terms of the action plan?
And that's definitely one way that it has worked in some cities. Again, this is a resource question, right? As you're navigating through the steps here, there are examples of, you know, as we're doing the work, doing the racial equity plan, realizing that you might want to bring on staff because you are prioritizing it, right? You might say that, you know, this is important enough for you as a city, and if the resources allow that, you're creating some capacity because you know you're expecting it for the long term, and you're starting to build that capacity. And in some cities, and to be honest, it's not in the budget to be able to do that. And so how do we work with the existing staff and think about a hybrid approach? Because yes, there is some level of dedicated of time that people are going to be giving to this process of developing, going through training, learning how to use a tool, learning how to, working towards developing goals, learning how to develop racial equity plan. There is work that you got to put in that will be happening. So it can work without bringing on staff, but it can all, but it, obviously resources help with, if you do have the resources, that does help to think about what that could look like in the short term. So it's a yes and it's a both and, just depending on where you are as a city.
Yeah, so I'll just have my quick thoughts and go to Councilmember Willison. I mean, in complete transparency, I think we all know that Councilmember Taylor and Councilmember Mueller have sort of led this effort or been advocates of this. I've been on more of the skeptic side, and so I think for me though, it's like, you know, something is important when it's someone's job, right? And not a task force. And so I appreciate that there needs to be lots of involvement throughout the organization. But at the end of the day, someone has to be accountable. Someone individual needs to be accountable if this is at all going to be successful, or worth the effort from my perspective. And if that's not you, Ms. Lieber, then I think the question for the city manager is, who is that? Or if the city manager is like, I don't have the resources for that to be, and I'm not saying that this is a full job, but it maybe is a quarter of a job or half a job, but it is necessary for one person to be accountable. If and again, I don't know where council is going to go on this. Obviously, we haven't given direction, but if ultimately we do give direction, I think that it's going to be key that as part of that process, we identify that it's going to be important for one person to be responsible. And so if this city manager wants to respond, and then I'll go to Councilmember Willison and Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree. We will definitely, if the council supports this endeavor, then we will certainly make a primary point of contact that the team is responsible to. I think that is the most effective means, if the council gives us that permission.
Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I just wanted to acknowledge and thank Councilmember Taylor for her raw honesty. And I'm just grateful to serve alongside you, Councilmember Taylor. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I know we're going to be developing the budget, but I'd be comfortable with, you know, exploring adding staff, part-time staff half a staff to address this in the best way we can to have the greatest impact. So I'll let my colleagues speak on that.
Councilmember Mueller.
I also appreciate Councilmember Taylor's honesty, but I have to ask because within the city, our assistant city manager is a male of color, our mayor is a person of color, and our city manager is a woman. And there was a reference to white male leadership. And I just want to clarify that I'm hoping that's not speaking of me, because I had nothing to do, again, with this clinic in Bellhaven, and I'm not sure who the reference to is in city management.
I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Taylor.
Actually, I will, please, Councilmember Taylor, go ahead. Thank you.
The reference was not to you, Councilmember Mueller. This is in general. I'm speaking about what I experienced as a Black woman. There's always challenges or questions of whether or not I'm qualified to do what I do. And it usually comes from a white male.
Well,
When I speak about the city of Menlo Park, there's an issue with structural and systemic racism with our city that I have experienced as an elected official.
Speaking as a white male, Councilmember Taylor, let me say, I find you to be a very capable, strong leader in our city. So I wanted to just express that to you, and thank you for clarifying it, clarifying that for me. I very much appreciate it, but you are an amazing council member. So thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So a couple comments. I very much agree with what you said, Mayor Combs, that we do need someone in that role. And I would like to see that role go beyond just, I don't know exactly what was meant by the point of contact, but I really think this has to be someone's job, not just part of their job, but it really has to be their job. And what I was trying to get at initially is I also think right now staff is working really hard, and we are very honestly, from my perspective, unable to keep up with the needs of many of the community and business members. And so what I would like to see as part of this proposal going forward, and I do fully support it going forward, is to have something come to council that acknowledges that this will long-term, if to do it properly, will take extra resources. And we want just what will that take, not just for whoever is going to champion this and this will be their job going forward, but also within a department. What do they need to be able to really embrace this training and just the whole new way of doing business? And how can we make it successful? Because I think it will need extra headcount. And, you know, I think that that's something that we should see at council and make a deliberate decision on whether or not, how do we do it going forward? How much can we add? How much can we sort of, just what are the trade-offs? But I really, I'd like to see an effort to really think about how can we really embrace this, because as has been said, I think we have so much going on right now that really would benefit from this training. We all would. So thank you.
Mr. Andrews, please.
I appreciate all of the comments and just wanted to acknowledge, if the city heads down this road, we've learned a lot about cities that are bringing on positions like these. And one of the things that is very clear that if you want to set this up for success, where this position falls in the city and how this person is empowered to do the work and seen in the city by their peers and across the departments will matter a lot. If it falls within an agency where people feel like this is only being led by whatever agency, if you're setting that person up for some challenging days ahead. So if you're going down the road, the only thing I would emphasize is just being very thoughtful about where it lives and how it's empowered, and to be able to do the work as you're laying the foundation. So I just wanted to kind of call that out in the space of, again, I'm not suggesting you need to do that, but if you do go down that road, just wanting to name that piece of it.
And Mr. Andrews, a question. So much of this effort or project is, at least at the early phases, targeted towards the staff, right? An organization or a city's staff. Have you seen of any way in which staff has been engaged to see or gauge their interests, or to sort of get some sense of how open they would be to projects or work like this? Again, like, we're having a discussion at the council level, and again, my concern is also a way, and I think you make a valid point about where this person fits in the org chart and where it's, you know, I know in some cases these positions will report directly into a CEO or COO or a city manager, right? And I do think that that is a way to very much empower the person holding this position. But then my question is there a way to sort of see just like, you know, how receptive an organization might be before you engage on, you know, head down this road?
When you say how receptive the organization might be, do you mean how staff would be receptive?
Yeah, how staff, yeah. Like, have there been situations where there's been surveys of staff beforehand or things like that?
Yeah, I mean, part of the assessment work that I mentioned earlier does help with that, right? So there's a staff assessment set of questions that you could ask to gauge where staff is. And it does give you a sense of their perspective on how comfortable they are, their perspective on how it's showing up in their departments, and their perspective on how important it is for the city to take on this work, or how it shows up in the community. So we have a series of questions that we could work with whichever the city team is to design something to kind of gauge some of that perspective. But I also want to acknowledge, in doing this work, it's important to think about groups of people. We talk about groups of people, 4 different types of groups of people. There are your advocates, there are your followers, there are your skeptics, and there are your resistors. All this work, regardless of what city I'm in, you'll have all 4 of those groups in your organization and within the community. And so you got to organize around all 4 groups. You're not going to have everyone that's an advocate. And so how do you organize around your advocates? What's the work you need to do to help them be more successful as advocates as you try to do the work? The followers are the quiet, those are the ones that may not get on the stage, but they'll show up for the meeting. They'll be present because they support. And how do you organize around your followers? Are there ways to elevate their voice and help them be effective in that, maybe even to become advocates? Your skeptics, they've always got the questions. Whether they're negative or positive, they always got questions. And so how do you organize around folks that are skeptical and maybe help them become followers or advocates? And you got to figure out those who are your skeptics. And your resistors, I'm just going to be very honest, you'll always have resistors. And so the question isn't whether you have resistors, but how do you organize around your resistors where maybe you make them less resistant? They might have started off vocal, but as you do the work and as you're intentional about acknowledging people's humanity, even if they are resisting in this work, maybe they become less resistant. So you still have to organize around all 4 groups. I want to name that because by no means do we show up and everybody's an advocate for this work or everyone is willing to be a follower, but you still got to be intentional and create the space for people's voices in the work. And I just wanted to name that's another important part of this work as you're thinking about the organizing among staff. But I do agree with you that there's got to be work that's done on the staff side and thinking about what that training looks like and what the engagement is, as well as the council side. And so how do you strike the balance of kind of the work that needs to be done?
Thank you for that. And so I saw Mr. Piqueros come on, so I'm assuming he wants to say something. I'll just quickly say, so what I'm hearing is there certainly is consensus from council for moving forward with this effort. There seems to be consensus and support for some form of dedicated resources with regard personnel resources with regard to this effort. And so those are the two sort of main directions I'm hearing. And so, Mr. Figueros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add that when we return to council, one of the key questions that we will need to explore is there are sort of the champions, but then there's also sort of the stakeholder groups. And Mr. Andrews did a great job of outlining the 4 different categories. The reason the only thing that I'd like to add to the comment is that new headcount, I don't believe is the headcount that would necessarily be the most effective to help understand how our processes and procedures are today. They can definitely bring new perspective about how we do things. However, when we look at drilling down, and let's just take human resources procedures, for example, that element, that analysis will take capacity from the human resources department, and that will require a discussion about prioritization and where are the priorities, where are we putting the priorities of the limited staff capacity. And as we look towards some of our professional staff in the planning and engineering departments, they already have a number of responsibilities and duties, to the points that were raised earlier by council. So I think to the extent that when we return to council, I just want to prepare the council that we will be looking at sort of identifying those who can help move this initiative forward and make it sustainable over the long haul, as well as sort of what their current portfolio of work is and how that might be affected if we devote resources to this, when we devote resources to this initiative.
Thank you, Mr. Figueros. Vice Mayor Nash, where you went up and it went down. I
know. Thank you. I've been debating whether or not to say something, but I just want to say yes to Assistant Manager Figueros, that's exactly. I think we do not need new positions. Possibly we need a new position for this dedicated resource for to help us through the real process and beyond. But what I was thinking more of is backfilling so that the people who are currently in the departments at whatever levels is appropriate have the time and capacity to actually engage in this process and really make it successful. So it was not to bring new people on to do the process work. It was really to be able to backfill.
Thank you for that clarification. And just, Mr. Andrews, I know you put up a slide about sort of timeline. So what again are like the spectrum of timelines, like, right? What if, in sort of what's your general sort of professional thoughts on that?
It ranges. I know this is probably not what you want to hear, like but there isn't one set approach. So for instance, I can just think about some of your California cities that we're working with. We have, thinking about Carpinteria, we have organized kind of a year-long timeline for them for phase 1 of this work. And so there's a series of trainings at council and staff and assessment work that's going on with the staff and the department work that they want to be able to do. And then there's some community pieces. There's a capacity building space that they're thinking about. Their capacity work is both thinking about the everything that we've been talking about, where does this live within the city, but they also are looking to build out capacity that within their city, they have limited authorities over certain agencies, like the police is contractual, right? The business, and so they're thinking about building an external capacity where there's a round table of partners that we're trying to build for them. So depending on where you go, that's been over a year, and then we're trying to figure that out as well with the community engagement piece. So that's like a 12-month phase one, knowing that there's several other things that we're going to revisit, but there are a lot of unknowns that we don't know where we'll be at the end of the year. So we decided let's carve out a year-long contract and figure out kind of how we do those pieces and then reassess where we are after the 12 months. Temecula, which is another city we're working with, Temecula, California. They're starting off, we started off with kind of building out several months around phase one, and then they went through an election process that changed up their council. And now we're kind of going back to the drawing board with their mayor now revisiting, right? So it's like, you got to be flexible in this work because there are lots of unknowns in how you do the work. And so that's why carving this out and thinking about how do you see this as a journey and not feeling like you're trying to get to an end. It's just how do you continue to build the work and what it looks like to do it is the best. Some cities want to say like, we want to do all of it. We want the entire package. And it's like, okay, we can try to sketch it out. And usually when we do that, we are most comfortable not going past 18 months, right? We say 12 to 18 months because there's so much of unknown. Like you want to do all of it. We can, in a perfect world, here's how it could potentially go. So the timeline I showed you was Columbia in Missouri. They wanted to do the full package. And so we were laying out a timeline of what it would mean to do all of it. And we sketched it out over 18 months. And guess what? What we anticipated in 18 months, it was exactly not the way it played out because COVID happened, right? And so we had to go back and redraw things. So it's tough to really fully anticipate exactly. I think these are just estimates, and that's a good starting point with the willingness to be flexible as we try to do the work.
Thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Willison, and then I want the city manager, Ms. Lieber, to come back on and make sure that they have what they need. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you. I was just thinking, I was reflecting again on what Councilmember Taylor shared with us, and I'm wondering, and this, I don't know if this is a staff question or for Mr. Andrews, is there a way to build in feedback from members of the community, council members like Councilmember Taylor, who have been kind of victims or experienced a lot of the racial disparities and situations from the beginning. I know it's like looking at staffing and our internal processes, but I think people's lived experiences in the community kind of outside our internal process, like I don't know if it's one-on-ones or people that Councilmember Taylor or others may suggest that you speak to, but if that would help inform the direction of where this takes you as well, because I think there's a lot of trust issues that underlie some things that I just, if you're talking about naming things and being real and putting things out there, I don't want us to like go through a dance and then not touch what really needs to be touched upon.
It's a great question, council member, you're asking, and that's actually some of the work we're doing with Just Communities in Carpinteria right now. And so the work that we're doing is internal. The first year is us really preparing the council for some of the engagement that needs to happen with the community. And what Just Communities is doing is really doing a series of focus groups and engagement with a range of community members that will lay the foundation for better understanding the trauma that exists in that community, and using that as a starting point for really figuring out how does the city, what does it look like for the city to really partner with the community. So I think that it definitely could be an opportunity as you're thinking about scope here. Is there a local partner that could be an opportunity for us to work with as we're doing this work, as they're thinking about the community side of this, that could begin doing some of that work, that could serve as a foundation for another phase of the work that where the city is really trying to figure out what does it mean to really better have context of understanding where the trauma is as you're trying to think about the engagement that you want to have authentically with the community.
Thank you for that answer. Yeah, and just add to that, I mean, I do know that in our community, there are some organizations who have been doing some of this work, and Menlo Together comes to mind, obviously, Bellhaven Action. So that there certainly are community partners outside of sort of the city organization. I think that probably have a role to play as we proceed. So with that, again, to the city manager or Ms. Liebert, I just want to make sure that you have the direction that you need.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think you did a great job of summarizing it. So I feel what I've heard tonight is that there is full support by the council for us proceeding with the rail training, and we can put together an action plan. And we will also look at how best to resource that and come back to the council with that plan and appropriation as needed.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Andrews, for the presentation and joining us. As I said before, I'm a skeptic, but I look forward to being moved into one of the other categories. And again, that skepticism comes from just experience, right, of having lots of efforts and projects that require you to sit in a meeting because someone higher up the scale, higher up the ladder said that you had to sit in this meeting, and it makes them feel good. But on the ground, it doesn't sort of play out the same way. And so having those experiences throughout my professional life, I come with a sense of skepticism, but it's something that I see as very much needed, and obviously something I very much want to be successful in Menlo Park and obviously writ large.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mayor, and I do think that this work, for me, when we do this work, it only it has been the most effective when people are bringing their true selves into the space, and I think it's I appreciate you naming kind of where you are and kind of what's in front of us, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity of supporting it in whatever way we can. As I sign off, I'm also just jealous that y'all still have light behind you. I'm looking at like it's still daytime over there, and so I'm a little jealous about that, but I'm gonna get over it. But again, I appreciate again the time to be able to be in space with you.
Hey, sure, come join us, California. We welcome all.
Thank you, Leon. We really appreciate it. And thank you, council members, for the engaged conversation. And we will bring back the capacity and resource study and understanding what it would take to backfill. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Nash, were you gonna, you had your hand
I
up.
just wanted to thank Ms. Liebert for just an excellent study session and presentation. I think this was really, really worthwhile. So thank you.
It's nice to have a really engaging, interesting presentation. So thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to our next study session item, C2, Public Engagement Pilot Program Update. Here to introduce the item is Public Engagement Manager Clay Curtin.
Hello, can everybody hear me? All right. Hi, my name is Clay Curtin. I'm the Public Engagement Manager, and wanted to talk this evening about our public engagement program. All right. Is the screen share working?
Yes, thank you, Clay.
All right, thank you, Judy. Real quick, this item was originally scheduled to be an info item, but we made it a study session item in order to get the City Council's input and feedback on engagement going forward. The program began in June 2019 with with staff exploring options for a public engagement framework that would be able to provide us with a consistent approach to how we did public engagement. The council took action in June 2019 to approve a pilot program stating that the tiers framework, which is created by the Institute for Local Government, would be our model. And along with that, it repurposed a full-time equivalent position to support engagement. That position was filled by me in August of 2019. I believe I listed July in the staff report, but I double checked that. And staff attended training with the Institute for Local Government. The last group that was trained occurred in September 2019. And then, you know, our best laid plans for how to implement this kind of changed because of the pandemic last year. And here we are a year later, kind of revisiting it and wanting to see, you know, if the council's feelings have changed on engagement. With tiers, the goal of the why of public engagement and the goals we hope to achieve include better identification of the public's needs, wants, and values, more informed residents, improved local decision-making, more community buy-in, more effective project implementation with less need to go back and revisit items towards the end of a project. We hope to build trust in each other and in local government. And we're also looking for higher rates of community participation and leadership development and capacity building within the community. The tiers framework provides us with a step-by-step approach to do this. I can walk through each of the 5 steps, but I also wanted to mention that in the staff report, it called out 8 different initial objectives for the public engagement efforts. Those are listed in the staff report along with a status for each. And as you'll notice, most are ongoing or in progress. Going forward, I'm hopeful that the tiers framework can be used as a guide for staff in executing kind of the smaller, non-controversial projects. And on the larger, more complex projects, that we can complete an assessment before drafting a proposed engagement plan that can be presented to council. That is so that we can begin these efforts on the same page in light of public expectations and in line with the City Council's direction. That's kind of a very brief overview, but like I said, I can walk through the steps of tiers if you would like, or we can just open the discussion and talk about feedback.
Yeah, let's call for public comment, and then we'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item C2, Public Engagement Pilot Program Update, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a cell phone or landline, please press *9 to raise your virtual hand. And our first public commenter will be Julie Shanson.
Thank you, and thank you, City Council. I am pleased that this is coming up for discussion. I think that no time like the present has showed us how important clear and constant communication is. We remain in a pandemic that has been especially brutal to people on the other side of the information divide. And by that, I mean people who are not familiar or comfortable with email or web forms, who may or may not be comfortable with Zoom, who may or may not own a laptop or a printer or a desktop. Just speaking with our recent experience with flyers and emails about the county and city-run vaccine event on Saturday, the 20th. I work with Belhaven Action, and we fielded quite a few comments and questions from community members who wanted to participate, but who were turned off either because they didn't have an email address to sign up for appointment, or because the flyer had a typo and they couldn't click on the URL in the English section of the flyer, or because the Spanish section of the flyer, where the link worked, took them to a form that was English only. So I really understand that engaging with the public on timely and important information is paramount right now, especially when we're helping the county out with public health. I would like to encourage more engagement at all levels, not just through Nextdoor and texting and email, but also through flyers and through office hours. We've found that it's been very helpful to have a once-a-week presence at Ivy Plaza, and that residents just come up and ask questions in a way that since the pandemic, we have had closed city offices, people have not been able to do. So thanks for the good work you're doing, Clay, and I hope to see our city do even more. I know that we used to have a newsletter for the Belhaven neighborhood, and that has gone by the wayside. I think that the speed at which things change requires faster methods, but I also think that nothing beats in-person communication, telephone hotlines, and the ability of neighbors to reach out to neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public commenter will be Lynn Bramlett.
Hello again. So I'll make some brief comments. So I'd like to echo what Ms. Shanson said about the importance of communication, and especially in different languages and not just Spanish. I don't think we fully know the proportion of our residents who do speak different languages and where they reside. And that kind of information actually will be imperative, not just for communicating, about a project meeting or whatever, but let's say we want to communicate evacuation notices and make sure they get them. So I think some volunteers could be recruited to help with something like this. I just make the point, there are also others. So we need to communicate, we need to take it in a deeper level in terms of understanding our populations. And then some people may not be able to, see. I have a blind neighbor. We need to be able to communicate based on a disability. And some things I think are quite helpful, like banners, put up, things like that. So thank you for the, positive direction here, and please keep it up and then some.
Thank you for your comment. And our next public commenter will be Katie Baruzzi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Few quick thoughts here, also supporting what other commenters have said. I want to say that time is money, and that when we expect people to come to meetings or show up for things, we're probably underestimating the degree to which those of us who have free time, we're retired, or we're not employed 12 or 15 hours a day, like that's an easier lift for us. So I'd like for us to consider a few options. One is to meet people where they are. I loved the idea of intercepts, but in a community. Another is to, I'm taking this from Strong Towns, observe people where they're struggling. So just go out and walk around in places where you might see an underrepresentation of people showing up for city meetings, and have casual conversations and watch what people are doing, how they're connecting, how they're moving around the space, are they avoiding the sidewalks because they're too narrow? Are they walking in the street? Things like that. I think like we can also just get out of our, I know it's tough because it's a pandemic, but just, get out there more. And another really important one is working through established, trusted community partners and organizations. I know we do this to some degree, but I think, codifying those relationships and even, providing funding support for people would be great. So for example, in 2013, there was a Belhaven Action Community Visioning Plan that I was reading recently. And one thing I noted was the hiring of community volunteers from the Belhaven community. Like, we didn't just ask for volunteers, we paid people, so not volunteers. We paid people to do community outreach. So I think, meet people where they are. Don't expect people to have to take on the onus of showing up for a meeting and get out there would be my recommendations. And the final thing I'll say, and I really loved this in another Strong Towns article I read recently, is I think we should be clear on what we're asking people for. Like, the best information people have is their lived experience. There's a great anecdote about Steve Jobs, which is if he asked people what they wanted, he would have designed a fancier Walkman instead of an iPod. But if he asked people how they use things, like not like, what kind of park do you want, but like, do you use the park? How do you get to the park? Like, what's your day-to-day experience like? Talk to me about that. I think that's the kind of information that can be invaluable. Yeah. So ask people about what their expertise is, which is their daily life. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the last call for any public comment on item C2. Our next public commenter will be Jenny Michelle.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. We're so grateful for your service and everything that you do. I just, I've worked with Lynn and, on the front line with the neighbors, and yeah, there is definitely a lot of work that we need to continue to work on. And I agree with the last caller that, we definitely have a percentage of population that lives in this city that has abundant resources, like unlimited resources. And, I just think that it's really important that we prioritize those of us that don't have a lot of resources or no resources, because those of us, that do have the resources don't need necessarily additional assistance from the city. So just in terms of prioritizing, the communication, that's my vote. So anyway, again, thank you for all of your work, and I look forward to continuing listening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Heron. So bringing it back to the virtual dais. Any questions? And Mr. Curtin, just sort of reframing what specifically additional you'd be looking for from the council, other than, mainly this is an FYI, and I know you're just sort of, I know the challenges of putting something as an information item and then having it pulls. But is there, aside from the heads up, is there some very specific direction you like to see?
I don't believe so. I think this is kind of a reminder. This is a check-in, and it's if the council has some additional feedback or wants to, I guess, point us in a different direction. But right now, we do have your adopted framework, and we look forward to using it more in the future.
Well, seeing no, okay, Councilmember Willison and then Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Curtin, for bringing this forward, and thank you to the public speakers who spoke. I I think a lot about community engagement and public outreach. And some of the things I think about, I don't think about it so much from like a tiers framework. For me, that's an internal process of how you go about organizing your steps to outreach. So I'm thinking about it more from like a different perspective. But I think it goes to what one of the public speakers talked about is, what information are we seeking? And I think the way we frame and structure and contextualize the ask of feedback from the public is an area that I would like us to focus a little bit more on and maybe have a little more council weigh in. I know that you had marked, I think it was the housing element, the climate action plan. It's kind of like big controversial things. But I think even on smaller things, it must be, I sympathize with the staff because I think it can be challenging to know kind of where to start a project. Like, where's the starting point? Like, when do you go out to the public about what? And I think some more sunshine on that and our iterative check-in again with the council about where we see it coming from. Because, for example, so I come from more of a complete streets transportation background. And when you have, let's say, a random street, you can come out and ask the public, what do you want to do here? Or you could say, we've adopted certain policies and we've adopted complete streets, we've adopted Vision Zero. And so we're coming from that lens. So here are options from that perspective. Or we can come out and say, I just think there's different levels and different angles. And right now, it's not clear to me how we're deciding how to frame things. And I think as having been a member of the public and watched the process for many years, I think it was frustrating to me because I saw lots of big plans get adopted and thought that certain values and policies were basically blessed and then just kind of needed to be implemented. And sure, there might be differences on implementation or how we're going to realize those policies. We might have to make adjustments based on budget or on some preferences, local preferences. But overall, like what we're trying to accomplish is a larger policy. And so I think some more transparency and into how, like, what level we're even seeking feedback on is something that I'm really interested in. And then I'll just finish a couple, and then maybe when we do seek the feedback, we can't assume that the public has been following it all along the way. So again, if we take a random street, that a person showing up for that meeting may have no idea that we've adopted a complete street and a Vision Zero policy and a transportation master plan and there's street classifications and there's the CIP and a prioritization process. They're just showing up because they got a notice that says, this is going to happen in front of your house. And they're like, oh my God. And so being really clear to the public, like, we are here, like, this is the point in time we're at, here's where we've been, and here's your opportunity. But I think we need to educate and kind of let the public know, like, where we're coming from a little bit better. And then a few other things. One is, I know that we have, and I talked about this in the last study session, kind of that meeting fatigue, outreach fatigue, a lot of communications coming from the city, which may or not be reaching all of our populations. But how do we prioritize what to message, I think, is something we need to think about. So for example, there's going to be a climate action plan agenda item or the housing element. Like, to me, those are stated city priorities. And so if we only have so much real estate, like space in a newsletter, or we want to send out so many text messages to the public, I'd like us to be intentional about making sure that certain council priorities are the ones that are getting more airtime than other things that might be fun for residents, but might not be intentionally things we want to take the community along with us. And then I also just want to make a point about remote participation, and that I know there's some state legislation to continue that. I think it's AB 339. But on a local level, I think that's been a game changer for people. And I am absolutely in support of making sure we continue to do that. Oh, and finally, one thing is to the points of meeting people where they're at. I'm fully in support of reinstating the Bellhaven newsletter. I don't know, like, I've never seen it or why it ended or anything, but I do think with District 1 in particular, we need to be thinking outside the box and how we're communicating, because that district also might not have as great of access to web-based stuff, but also they're feeling the impacts of so much development and so much desire for community impact that we have to make it as easy for that community as possible to get the word out and seek feedback. So those are my thoughts.
Councilmember Taylor, I saw that you had your hand up and then you took it down. So I just want to give you.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. One of my questions was nestled into Councilmember Willison's comment. So thank you.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so I'm just responding, I guess, to some of the things I heard Councilmember Willison say. So are we even seeking feedback? Where I've seen councils get into trouble is when maybe they create a policy and then they become somewhat insular in what they're doing. And we always run the risk internally of groupthink, basically, of people talking to each other and to stakeholders who agree with them, and not being in the position of listening to dissenting voices. And I think that good city outreach makes sure you capture those dissenting voices, and that good staff reports are presented in a way that you can build capital with a whole community, and that all viewpoints are recognized in an unbiased manner. And when you don't have those things, I can think of instances where either the messaging, people didn't trust who the messenger was, or people thought that there was too much framing taking place, and the capital that we had in the community eroded to a point that it was a mess, basically. So I understand that we want to get things done, but I just encourage my colleagues that in that rush to get things done that we want to achieve, I really don't think you can short good process of outreach to all stakeholders and presenting a view that presents as balanced a view as possible, even if the council is more than likely going to move a certain path. Because if you do that, you're going to lose the capital. People are not going to believe you listened to their voices. They're not going to feel like they were heard. They're going to feel marginalized. And the more that happens within a community, the harder it is to accomplish things long term.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Listening to everything that's been said, I guess my comment would be, I think that we need robust outreach at the right time and making sure that we're engaging the public and that they know at what point are we looking for input on maybe the foundational plans and sort of what are the basics. But then we build on that, and we need clear communication out so that people understand all along what phase we're at, and realizing that people won't everyone won't be engaged throughout the entire process, but I think we will not move forward unless we do full engagement, but also don't constantly retrace our steps. It doesn't mean that if things change for whatever reason, we don't, nothing's presumably set in stone, but I am concerned if we're constantly reevaluating prior steps, unless there's some new information that really needs to break through.
I'll just add before moving on to Councilmember Mueller, I share the Vice Mayor's concern on that front. Generally, I think Menlo's Park stance has been one of irrespective of the framing or the approach of lots of public engagement, right? To the extent to which then making a decision becomes even more challenging. And my concern sometimes is also, and again, I think we all value understand the need and value robust public engagement. But my concern is at the end of the day, it's not, sometimes you have people who just disagree with the outcome, right? Who just don't want that X to happen. And no matter how or where you reach them, right, it's not going to change. They don't want that. And let's get to that underlying issue. I think, again, if we talk about, to provide a real world example, right? If we talk about the Belhaven community specifically, a lot of, or at least some portion of that community doesn't like the development, right? And it's not that like they didn't get a newsletter about the development or they didn't get sort of, they just don't want it. And the impacts that they think it will bring to their community. And so I also think, again, and that's just one example, but I do think we have to understand that, and that's valid. And so in that case, the issue is not engagement, but the issue is the policy, right? And so anyway, I just think it's important to make that point. But what I essentially want to say was that, yes, I agree with what the Vice Mayor was saying. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, well, respectfully, I don't fully agree with both of you on that, because what I see happen in Belhaven with respect to the development was actually that there was a rushed decision on the general plan because people wanted to get things done. And then politics happened and council turned over. Now parts of the general plan are being revisited. I see the same thing happening. I mean, basically what I've seen happen in Menlo Park over the years is that different councils got very engaged about, we need to do something right now. Shorted a engagement process on the back end, and then councils turned over and the policies changed, and then it was revisited again. So the question is, you can either do public outreach right the first time and get it done, or you can just speed it up so fast that you get it done before your council has a chance to turn over, right? One of the two. But I can think of circumstances where that's happened numerous times in the history of Menlo Park, where I'm just like, okay, this council's ready to go. They made this decision. An election happens, council flips over. And this council has revisited decisions. Like last council, we're doing a parking garage. This council, we're not doing a parking garage, right? Now one council, downtown vision. No, we're going to redo the downtown vision. Like, it happens with political turnover. And so, what I would say is the best thing you can do is a very sound public policy process that survives politically turnover of councils. Otherwise, what happens is you don't have the buy-in necessary to survive that political turnover. And the political turnover will come because those who did not feel engaged in that first process are going to run for council and organize.
Yeah, no, totally respect your point of view on that, Councilmember Mueller. Yeah, I would only add that, again, to your last point, some of the lack of that engagement then is what is the foundation for the turnover, or the pure sort of disagreement with that policy. And so yes, like, they should have started that parking garage before I got on council, right? Because, but jokes aside, the thing is that, again, and to that point, like, elections have consequences, and very few things cannot be overturned. Yeah, like if you've started the parking garage, that can't be overturned. But of course, that's a process that's gonna cross a lot of councils. But almost every other thing can be, like, right, and of which we've seen with this council, and of which we've seen with prior councils. And so I think the goal is to sort of bake in those projects of which there is wide support for the policy. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And just wanted to follow up with a question for Mr. Curtin, and that is, how do we capture, or how do you capture lessons learned using tiers?
That's one of the steps with tiers is part of the, any engagement you start, whether it's an in-person meeting, a virtual meeting, telephone calls, whatever, is that you capture people's feedback and then use that to understand, okay, have I achieved my engagement goal of reaching the people that I need to reach? And if not, then you find out how to contact and get feedback from that audience. I think one of our failures in the past, probably that has hurt us the most, and anybody that studies public engagement will tell you that every engagement you do adds to or subtracts from your credibility. And we've probably failed to close the loop on projects in the past successfully that, we got in a rush and we just moved forward. And because of that, some people then don't want to be engaged with the future. So capturing that feedback, sharing it, and explaining how it was used in the decision making is what I would say.
Thank you. And I know that it says in the staff report that there's no impact on city resources, but just thinking this sounds like a one-person team. How does that work?
Well, I mean, I view my position as helping the departments do engagement. I can't do everything for all of our various departments, but I can work with them and support them. Last year, our office also added a management analyst to help take some of the pressure off on the communications side so that I can spend more time with engagement. But all of the departments are struggling with achieving that. So, I mean, we do want to use tiers more, and we do want to, have authentic engagement going forward. And that's our goal.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Mr. Curtin or any additional points anyone wants to make before we, Councilmember Wallace?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're clear as a council about our adopted policies and plans. Because, for example, I was on the TMP OOC, which was like a 2-year plan. And, I'm obviously very invested in some of the policies that the city has adopted. And I'm just curious how the rest of the council sees those in relation to community engagement. To me, like, once we talk about a specific project, there's already been a lot of buildup. And so when someone is engaging, to me, it's more about their lived experience, their opinion, a perspective that might not have been considered. But I'm just curious how the rest of you see integrating things that have previously been decided in ongoing research. And then the other thing is, I think for me with public engagement, it's really about who's in the room and who's not in the room. So whether we're able to, whatever it's about, kind of looking around and seeing who kind of historically has held power, who historically has spoken up, and who needs to be elevated. And so that's how, if we're looking for feedback, how I'd like to think about it.
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Councilmember Willis. And I would say, sort of in responding to your question again, establishing the fact that I had already said that, like, I think, sometimes we do lots of public engagement and it becomes overwhelming. If we're looking at like some of the projects in the transportation master plan, like, I would say like there are a number of those projects still really haven't been exposed to the light of day enough, right? And so even though they're a priority as part of this larger plan, we would still need to do like sort of probably more extensive public engagement or with regards to them, right? And so I think that's, and hopefully that's sort of answering your question. If not, definitely feel free. But I do get your point to, again, like I said, like at some point there needs to be a like, okay, this public engagement has happened, or at least sort of like acknowledgement that something has happened, and that like going forward we're going to do something like sort of slightly different. I definitely would be on board for that. Councilmember Mueller, and then the Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so for myself, this is a very district responsive answer. In my district, I want the opportunity to go ahead and speak with my constituents about decisions, and I want to have the ability as their district representative to have that conversation with them and to hear their input and hear their positive input and hear their concerns, and also be able to provide them with information so that they have a good understanding of what's happening and what decisions have been made, what decisions are left to be made. Now, that being said, different council members may want to approach their districts and how they interact with their constituents differently. And I'm not going to argue with them with that about the outreach notes, but I can say specifically in my district, that is how I would like to operate with my constituents.
Thank you for that comment, Councilmember Mueller. I would have like no disagreement. And I would just add, though, there still needs to be like a benchmark, right, of across the city. So and if sort of council stuff can be additive, but I wouldn't want a scenario where where there is sort of vastly different types of engagement across the city. I think there would at least need to be some sort of baseline, and so that would be my thoughts on that.
I agree it'd be a benchmark, Mayor Combs. But if someone wanted to deviate from it for their district, I personally, when we talked about it at council, would give deference to that.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I guess, first of all, I wanted to just make a point that on TMP, that I think the framework was decided, but the individual projects absolutely have not been vetted at this point. And that was something that was very clear as we were going forward, that individual projects, even the higher priority ones, still need to go through regular community vetting, outreach and process, and to determine, to scope them and to determine if it's even a viable project. I guess would love it, and I don't know if this is the right time, to have a little bit more discussion with Councilmember Mueller about what he's saying, because I can't decide if I agree or disagree, very honestly, because you said that you want decisions as to what decisions have been made and what decisions are left to be made, and I 100% agree with you on that. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, so there is a baseline of decisions that have been made, and so I think we're saying the same thing, that there's decisions that have been made, and then you're trying to look at the ones that excuse me, haven't been made yet. But basically, no, because basically, I guess, how does one move forward if we're constantly revisiting decisions that have been made?
Well, so this is hard to talk about out of context. because I don't believe this council's done that. And candidly, while I've been on council, I'm not sure. I mean, there have been decisions about projects that have changed because the political dynamic of the council has changed. But I'm actually not aware of too many circumstances where the council completely flip-flopped on a project, one set council. I really, as I sit here tonight, that does not come to mind having happened. With the respect, maybe except with respect of whether or not we moved forward with the main library. Immediately there was, but to be candid, I missed the meeting where that decision was made the first time. So when the whole council was together and made a decision, I can't remember a time where the council then later changed their mind. But you know, the thing about council that I've always thought of is that until you reach a final approval, you have not reached a final approval. And I think that's an important part of the public process, because what it gives everyone is it gives the opportunity for the people who are late to the party. I mean, look, at the end of the day, the residents in our city are busy raising their families, trying to, working hard, like just trying to live life, right? And our engagement process has to figure out how we pierce that to get a message to them, to tell them something that's impacting their families. And if we don't do that effectively and they find out about it at the end, I have never been of the mind to think that we penalize them for that. I think we just can get the information out to them in a way that reached them soon enough. But that being said, obviously, if you've invested resource in it, if you are very comfortable with your decision-making process, you're not going to change it. I've been through, I've been through, ballot measures on decisions, right? Like, but you always want to have the opportunity that if someone comes forward and has a very concise, well and valid point, that a fair and public hearing is you might change your mind. And I don't think momentum requires that we change that. So, so until there's a final hearing, there's not a final hearing. And our good public process is that we try to reach people who we otherwise may not have reached to find out if one of them has a valid concern. It can be frustrating, but the wheels of City Hall, the wake of City Hall is slow and powerful.
Vice Mayor Nash.
So I think the real issue is just making sure, which is what I believe Mr. Curtin is suggesting, that we have a robust outreach process and make sure that people are engaged. And I would certainly agree with that. Thank you.
Ditto. Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I just want to make clear that I really believe in informing the public and listening to the public. Actually, for those of you who are interested, I have a district newsletter I started since I was elected, the D3 download. Anyone can sign up for it. I inform the public and seek input every agenda. So this isn't to me about not listening or informing. It's about being upfront with the public about what's going on and where the times are to really engage. And I get that people are busy. For me, I was elected as a representative to listen and to elevate concerns and to hear those lived experiences. But at the end of the day, the way that I make my decisions isn't based on like a popularity contest of how many people write in, but on the values that I ran on to get elected. So I think it's great to seek feedback and to hear all that, and it could, inform some changes in how I vote after I hear something in a public forum. But I think we all might just have a different process here, and I think we all value our residents and our constituents, and we all value public engagement. I think there's a balance between continuing to move forward following through on adopted policies and continuing to constantly to change, I guess.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so to be clear, I'm not suggesting that we run our public policy making on popularity contests. I do think feedback's important, and I do think that balanced staff reports that take into account, that aren't framed, but take into account all viewpoints are important, all the way up to the very end of the process. I don't think where I've seen people get into trouble, and I remember a case where where the council hired, not the council, but city hired a PR consultant to craft messaging around certain projects. And there was a major public outcry about that. And it was directly within council policy that those statements were crafted, and people were unhappy because they believed it was not balanced. And so I think there's a difference between saying we're going to move projects along efficiently, and saying we're going to frame projects, and once we've reached a point of view, we're going to present those projects in that point of view. So I think what we do is we keep a robust, balanced public process with the opportunity for input.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Willison, is your hand up for real, or is this a leftover?
Actually, it was not up for real, but I will comment.
Okay, you'll make it for
Why
real.
not?
Okay.
I think with the framing, I think this is a confusing area if now we're getting into staff reports, and I guess this study session, it's a study session, so we can kind of take it where it goes. So for example, I'm going back to transportation because that's kind of my wheelhouse here. If you look at a street, a lot of times you can either prioritize speed, which would be like LOS, level of service, how congested the intersection is, or you can prioritize safety or vehicle miles traveled, making it so people don't have to drive far. And sometimes a staff report will frame it in a way that is looking to reduce LOS, improve LOS, level of service, to make it so cars can go faster. So that's a framing versus the ability to frame it from a safety or reducing vehicle miles traveled perspective. So I think I'm curious that somebody is making a choice how to figure out how to design that street and which policy to frame the problem. What are you solving for in that project? And one way is to say you can solve for level of service, you can solve for cars, or you can solve for safety, or here's kind of like a hybrid-y thing. I mean, so that would be, I guess, a balance perspective. But what I'm saying is, if we as a city have adopted these policies and made, proclamations and things about caring about Vision Zero, caring about safety, caring about safe routes to school, caring about complete streets, and then we are framing things from a perspective, you kind of can't have speed and safety. A little kid, that's not going to work. So there has to be some perspective that is coming from and how we frame things. And I'm just curious how that's being determined now. And I take seriously the policies that have been adopted. I'm new on council. I didn't adopt these policies, but as a member of the public, and maybe a uber informed one, but we do have in the staff report, it talks about what policies are being addressed by each item. So that's something that's always been curious to me, and that I really like to hear the rest of your perspective on.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Willison. I think that there's always like lots of ways to look at an issue. Like I always say, like, we all love heritage trees until there is a heritage tree right in the middle of your new open concept kitchen. Then that heritage tree you know, at the individual level, someone has an issue with. I think that when my experience has been that, like, when we are looking at a street, right, and there is a proposal for a project, it is framed at what it is trying to solve or the issue. And generally, my experience has been we have complete transparency into all of that, like, right, and we have the knowledge to counter that. To say that, like, you know, level of service, LOS is not how we want to sort of, as a council, like as a policy. So even if it comes from staff and they say, you know, we want to get cars from A to B, like, right, you know, as quickly as possible here, we get to say, like, hey, there are like houses on that street, and so that's not as important to us. And for me, so even though there are scenarios where things may be framed in a certain way, I still don't think that sort of in and of itself like blocks off looking at it from many different factors. In a conversation I was having this week with the city manager, I said, like, I have never seen reticent on this council or any prior councils I followed in Menlo Park to go against staff reports, right? It happens like all the time as far as I've seen it. And we've done it a number of times. So it is not as if like the staff recommendation, and if we're talking about staff reports specifically, becomes the be all and end all. And I will say, you did say that like it's a study session, so we can take this wherever, but we do have a limit because I don't want to be here all night. But with that said, I'll go to Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, for me, and whether or not it's a staff report or how we're presenting an issue to the public, it also recognizes the difference between the council and professional staff. Because while the council may adopt a policy, professional staff are experts in their fields of engineering or whatever their subject matter field is. And so whether we may have a political or a public policy that we've adopted, professional staff's job with when they went to school was not to learn how to interpret council public policy, but it was to provide their best judgment in their field of expertise and the issues and their subject matters that they're considering. If they feel they want to share those with us for our consideration, I think that's important. I also think it's important to be balanced in that manner too, to include both council policy, but also what other viewpoints are, so you have buy-in that what you're doing. Because what you don't want to put yourself in a situation of is, well, we had a council policy and that's why we did it that way, but it turns out that was not the correct result, right? I mean, you don't want to do things that are illogical because it's just following what the council policy was. If professional staff is putting together something with their engineering judgment and they say, look, we want you to really understand this, and this is what your policy is, but we want you to understand what the outcome is when you apply this policy, that's in everybody's best interest. If they're, and so I think it helps. And I also think it helps educate us going forward as to the details of what the implications are of our policies. So by having the balance, by having a staff report that allows people to go external of a council policy, or by providing it to the public external of a council policy, you get more informed engagement. You get buy-in from people who feel like their voices have been heard. You get a full staff report with expertise from a staff, regardless what the council policy was. And then when you make a decision, you know that your decision being made actually is the best decision to continue to apply that policy. And at the end of the day, that's a decision you can defend.
Thanks for those comments, Councilmember Mueller. I mean, yeah, I think we've all brought up, what is the complexity here, and yeah, I mean, part of the issue, and I think certainly to some degree, Councilmember Willison was getting to this, and if I'm not, please correct me, but everyone's coming to this with some bias. So even on the professional side, right? Unless you're a structural engineering saying this is where the load has to go, right? Or your bridge is going to come down. In some cases that is the case, but rarely is even the professional analysis, based on something so concrete, right? Not to use a pun. And so I think maybe just a process of like, again, understanding those biases, like, right, that even come from professional staff. And, you know, if they're not necessarily aligned to an overarching council policy, what are those biases aligned to, right? And just, you know, again, like, I'm comfortable with it, you know, because I feel that we have an engaged council and an engaged public, and with who I've seen is always sort of willing to challenge what even is professional opinions. I think in another community, I might be a little bit more concerned. But hoping to wrap up this discussion with Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Taylor will provide the coda for this discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So just listening to everyone, and Councilmember Willison, I know that you, your question was about policy and what I was waiting to hear is what you wanted to see changed or added to the current policy. So that part, I guess we can talk about it at another community engagement conversation. But I wanted to find out from Mr. Curtin is because I don't see it in the tiers, what determines, or how do you determine when to print and mail things to people's houses as opposed to the community engagement, how it's laid out in the staff report, so every place isn't going to get a flyer on their door. And so when do you determine when that needs to happen? Just curious, Councilmember Willison brought up the Belhaven newsletter. I think it was Councilmember Willison, because that doesn't come out anymore. And what's the litmus test to where it would come out? Or can it come out and you just need direction in this study session to say that? And I know that was 2 questions.
All right, hopefully I will answer them both. I think the tiers framework doesn't lay out a exact way to do engagement on all projects the same. It's meant to be a tailored approach that you know, you may treat a bike lane project in one area of town slightly different than a bike lane project in a neighborhood that is in the other side of town. The idea is that you plan in advance, you set and accept expectations, and you do what's necessary to reach the audience that you need to reach. And part of the planning process before an engagement implementation is where you go through the checklist, and they have a lot of resources and tip sheets and things to help you make sure that you don't miss engaging with certain constituencies. So it's not an every time. And if you did a flyer, for instance, for every single project, or like we often do a postcard for every single project, and that was all you did, you'd eventually kind of lose your effectiveness. So it also encourages you to do multiple different types of outreach and to engage stakeholder groups to help you identify what is the best way to reach their group, who's the best messenger, and what is the best method. But regarding, say, a newsletter, you know, we can do all that. I think that particular newsletter I think it stopped a few years ago due to budget constraints, if I understand. You know, if there is direction for anything that the council wants, it takes resources, it takes time, but we can do, you know, what the council desires.
Thank you, Mr. Curtin. And I'll follow up with you offline just to find out cost. So.
I mean, I remember at the time the printing cost was, you know, a few $1,000s each time. The time it took to put together, I would have to think about that for a second. But all of these different things, depending upon the audience, you know, I could come up with a budget for each project.
Thank you.
And, just saying, I'll go to the vice mayor to that point. I'm sure that the, first incarnation of the Bellhaven newsletter came in at a time, pre-districts. And so like, I would think that there would need to be another debate. If we are for essentially one district going to have, a city issued newsletter. Obviously, council members will listen to own newsletters or in her own thing, and we can all do that. But if the city is again going to sort of create and publish and distribute a newsletter for only one district, then that may be the right decision. But I think we need to have a policy discussion about why that is the right decision. So then you can go back to every other district and say, well, this is the specific reason why in this instance we said that this district would have a newsletter, while we wouldn't devote city resources to every district having some sort of newsletter. Vice Mayor Nash.
I actually appreciate what you're saying. And yes, I think it would be tremendously helpful if we do decide to do newsletters to actually have them for more than one district. I know I would certainly, I think that each of us has our own networks, and I think that we actually could be a strong outreach partner on some of the issues. And but I also realize that all of this takes your time to generate it. But depending how it is done, I don't know that we certainly in my district, I don't know that we'd need a paper copy. But if there was generated some sort of electronic copy that we could push out to our residents, or perhaps with the city's email list, I certainly would like to debate that and whether or not, which districts are included in that. That's not what I had intended to say though, but I just wanted to jump on Mayor Combs's comments, because I think I agree that it's worth a discussion. I just wanted to emphasize that I think lead time and consideration of meeting schedules is very, very important in getting strong participation. And I think it's one of the things that we can always do better on, is providing more lead time for meetings, for agendas, for outreach, and also making sure that we try and capitalize on what are good meeting times for people. Because I know that if I have heard, for example, with the police listening sessions, I got comments that since they were in the middle of the day, people were not able to hear them and to attend. And also some of the outreach, I get comments at times about more lead time would be very beneficial. So, which I'm sure is not news to you at all. I just wanted to emphasize that because I believe you brought it up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that comment, Vice Mayor Nash. Yeah, I attended the police listening session for District 2 or for the Willows, and it was of great value. But yeah, I think that there were more people on the city payroll in that session than there were not on the city payroll, and so that definitely goes to the effectiveness of the public engagement, even if the best of intentions are there, right? Okay. Well, I think Councilmember Mueller.
I just wanted to clarify, are we talking about newsletters that are specific and individualized to each district coming from the city?
Yeah, so that's a whole debate and discussion, right? And even if we as a city want to go that route, right? But my only statement was that, like, if there is this idea, our support of sort of restarting the Bellhaven newsletter, then I think given the new district landscape, we have to engage in a discussion in that light about whether that is the right approach, and whether we should also have other districts. But then that begs the question: should the city sort of be highlighting, district distinctions in its communication? Again, what individual council members do is fine, right? But should that be something that the city does? I think that's a discussion
For another day.
Definitely. Okay. With that, I was going to close out this agenda item. City Manager Jerome Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that I really appreciate the conversation and all of the points that you've made. So I just want to be sure that I understand from you that while there's been lots of great suggestions and thoughts, there's no specific changes that have been identified for community engagement. Correct? Okay. All right.
Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I just would like to, the idea of prioritizing communications that are aligned with council priorities is something I'd be interested in. So I know, like, if you go on the website, even it might talk about like a pottery. I don't know if there's a pottery class, it's COVID or something. But like, if we have a certain amount of real estate and airtime, and I know there has to be a variety and you want to make it fun and da 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 da. But like, looking at the lens of council priorities.
So I would say, again, like, I like that idea. I just don't know like how the implementation looks specifically. And so I don't know that, I mean, to the city manager's point, that there has been like a specific sort of direction outside of what's laid out in the staff report that clearly has the support of a majority of council. Again, I'm not opposed to that, but I don't know what that, again, if we're talking about a web page, and like, I don't know that I want, or again, this is just me speaking for myself, and again, this is a debate. I want city staff to feel that like there is a specific council directive that I need to follow about laying out a web page. And to me, it becomes to a level of micromanaging, which I think in a lot of cases defeats the purpose. I think it's easier for me to say, to provide feedback if I see something on a web page, and I think that a priority or some project that's big isn't there, right, or is like buried 3 scrolls down or something like that, then I do think that's valid feedback to give. But again, I would again be concerned about like sort of having this specific framing that people are trying to guess. That would be my, again, my concern. And so while I would want to say to Mr. Curtin, yeah, I think you should sort of make note of what Councilmember Wilson is saying.
That's totally fair.
Okay.
I'm over it. Thanks.
No, don't be over it. It's okay. Okay, but with that, then I think we're set, and I'll close out this agenda item, and we'll take our dinner break. So I'll ask the city clerk to come on.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, I do ask that the City Council disengage webcams and microphones, and only engage webcams upon your returning. And Mayor Combs, what time would you like us to return?
Is the dinner break usually 20 minutes? Or is it okay? So 7:55.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'll see you all back at 7:55. Welcome back, everyone. Having all members of the City Council return to our virtual dais, Mayor Combs, you may reconvene. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. With that, we'll turn to the final item in our study session calendar tonight, and that is C3, to provide direction on the 5-year capital improvement plan. Here to introduce the item is Public Works Director Nikita Gaya.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Combs. Thank you for the introduction and really appreciate the opportunity to be here in your third study session of the evening. So I will do my best to give a brief presentation, just summarizing some of the key points in the staff report, and then happy to take questions and council direction to go forward. So I will get the presentation up and get going. Great. So the capital improvement plan is essentially a 5-year program that provides investment for all types of city infrastructure. And so really trying to reflect both our short-term and long-term needs for maintenance, improvement, and construction, and is a as I said, a 5-year plan with a funded year in the current year and a 4-year look ahead for future needs, so we can anticipate things that we think are coming up in the future. The presentation tonight is going to focus in on that funded year, but I do have the ability to pull up tables about future years as well if you have questions on those. So in the plan currently, there are 59 funded projects, 26 of which received funds in the current fiscal year. And they're spread across 7 different categories as listed on the screen. There's also programmatic categories, which cover kind of ongoing maintenance and improvement needs in a variety of different areas. So some examples of those are for parks, for sports field renovations, for traffic signal modifications, for city buildings. So we have these programmatic annual programs designed to help us anticipate and provide a savings account in case of major issues that arise over the course of a year that were unanticipated, or to plan for things that we know are in need of preventative maintenance going forward. So that's a quick summary of what's in the CIP today. What we are here before you to request tonight is direction on 4 points. Some of the feedback that we heard from the City Council at your February 23rd meeting, with questions about a few topic areas, and I'll go into those in more detail. So we're looking to confirm that staff's proposed actions moving forward address all the issues that the council had anticipated. We're also looking to confirm and modify the scope of 2 currently funded projects, providing direction on utilization of specialized funding sources, and then confirming or modifying criteria that we use to identify and prioritize projects going forward. So as I said, I will walk through each of these in a little bit more detail. So in summary, the issues that we heard from the City Council as part of the February 23rd informational item report were, as shown on the screen here, a request to bifurcate project budgets based on the location, as well as identifying projects that are funded by either development agreements or as environmental measures that have been identified in environmental impact reports required for development projects to be listed in the CIP for better transparency about the work that's going on in those projects. So we're proposing that we can incorporate both of those things into the upcoming CIP. And so that would be incorporated into the draft 21 through 26 5-year plan going forward. And then finally, the third request from the council was to information about city design standards and construction details. And so in response to that, we're proposing to include funding in next year's capital plan to be able to develop what I'll call a public friendly document. We're envisioning that to be like a 2 or 3 page handout brochure that would connect the dots between some adopted guidelines that we have recently put in place through the Transportation Master Plan. There's a toolkit that was an appendix to that document that outlines example city standards. We also have a number of other master planning documents that were summarized in the staff report, things like a green infrastructure plan for treating stormwater. And so this document that we're proposing would be able to connect those dots between those guidelines and master planning documents, the toolkit, and engineering standard details that we have that we use for projects going forward. So we hope that that helps translate some of the more technical information that's provided in those standard details. They're also in need of updates, as a lot of them haven't been addressed since the late 90s, early 2000s, and best practices on things like curb ramp design and other things have changed in the last 20 to 30 years. So it's definitely time for us to look at them afresh as well. So I will move ahead to the two projects where we're proposing scope modifications. So the first is the Gatehouse, so the building on the corner of Laurel and Ravenswood. And you can see in the photos that the fence is definitely in need of some repairs. And so there are sections that are missing and overall in need of kind of squaring up and painting as well to refresh it. So this was a project that last year at the CIP adoption, we heard some concerns about from the council about spending significant city resources on this work in light of the pandemic. And so over the last year, we've reevaluated some options. And we think in lieu of fence replacement, that we can do some repairs to clean up the fence, make it look more presentable at a lower cost and well within the remaining budget for the project. So that's one proposed scope modification that we're seeking confirmation of direction on tonight. The second is improvements to, a change to underground utilities in the downtown area. So the map on the screen shows an overhead view of the downtown with the blue line on the screen along Santa Cruz Avenue, and then the orange on the south end at Menlo. And the proposal was to look at utility undergrounding the electric lines and communication lines in this area with a focus on being able to then progress forward with paving work for parking plazas 7 and 8 after this undergrounding work has been done. And so last year, the council took action to adopt 3 different undergrounding utility districts in different areas of the city. This was one of them. And we've received requests since that time to reconsider some of the priorities for utility undergrounding. So at this point in time, we think it's very urgent that we proceed forward with the work for paving in parking plazas 7 and 8. They're in very much need of a refresh. And so what we're suggesting here is that we release the funds that were earmarked in the CIP for downtown, and then we can revisit the scoping of utility undergrounding with the council in a future study session in the later part of the year. And we can then move forward with a project in an area that's desirable by the council. There are also some implications for the funding source for this work, where the California Public Utilities Commission is proposing some major changes to the program that we need to factor in as well, which will affect our timelines for delivery going forward. So essentially, we are seeking here confirmation on those scope modifications or additional modifications at the direction of the council. The third item was to look at the funding sources in the CIP. And so generally, we transfer about $3 million to the general capital fund that funds infrastructure projects each year. And then we look to supplement that in a variety of sources with things like grants. And then we have a number of dedicated funding sources like transportation impact fees, stormwater fees, solid waste fees that go into maintaining our infrastructure as well. And then there are cases where we have development agreement community benefits such as the Downtown Amenities Fund that was negotiated as part of both the Springline project as well as contributions for other work in the downtown area. And then in prior fiscal years, the council has also taken steps to use surplus revenues that remained at the end of the fiscal year and pre-fund capital projects for the years ahead. And so some examples of that are shown on the screen: the Chrysler Pump Station, sidewalks on Santa Cruz Avenue, as well as Sharon Road sidewalks and Yulon Park Playground improvements. So I think one of the items we heard from the council on February 23rd was a request to reconsider how we go about prioritizing the use of general capital funds. And so we wanted to seek confirmation from the council tonight about whether we proceed with the general approach of using specialized funding sources first, and then using the lesser restrictive general capital funds to fill in any gaps that we have, or if there's another direction or approach that the council would like to take. And then our final request tonight is to provide feedback on our prioritization process for identifying projects as they come through the capital improvement plan. And so the list of items on the screen is the list of prioritization criteria that we use to identify projects as they come forward through a variety of sources. So we often hear from community members requesting new projects be added. We hear often from commissioners as well as council members, and then we hear from other staff. So for example, the Public Works Department provides service to our user groups in the city, our library and community services folks. We maintain a lot of the facilities. And so we often hear from those staff about improvements that need to be made so that the community can better access or use those facilities as well. So we have all these projects coming in, and this is the list of criteria that we use to rank and move forward with the ones that we think we can fund in any given fiscal year. Then the second step of that, once we've had projects identified, is we give them a tiered ranking into tier 1, 2, or 3. And this was something that we started about 3 years ago when we had a number of backlogged projects in the capital improvement program. And so we wanted to provide a little bit more transparency about how we were ranking projects and how we thought they would advance forward. And so this is a secondary list of criteria that we've used to identify project execution priorities with more of a focus on maintaining access to grant funds and making sure that we have a mix of available staffing to be able to execute on those projects, as well as keeping in mind the things that were prioritized first in the capital program as council priorities. So we are then seeking from the council verification of these prioritization criteria to verify that we're using the right set of criteria as we look for projects in the coming years in the CIP. So finally, just to recap, I wanted to provide a quick overview of where we are with a number of different projects. So this just separates out by status where projects are in the pipeline. So of those 59 projects that I mentioned at the beginning that we have funded this fiscal year, we've completed 5 of them, which will happily come off the CIP list. So it will be wrapped up with those. A number in construction right now, 4 more in the bid phase, and then a bunch, about 21 or about 35% of the capital plan is in the design phase right now. And then we have a number of other projects that are in progress. These are things that are our annual programs, like our sidewalk repair program, where they're never really done, but they continue year to year. And those are continually in progress as well. And then the last 9, there are 5 that are on hold, and then 4 that we did not have the bandwidth to yet start, but are hoping to in the year ahead. So finally, just to reiterate the 4 points that we are requesting direction on tonight, I will not repeat these to you at this point in time. So we've covered them all through the presentation, and they're also in the staff report, but I'm happy to keep this up during the council's deliberation if that's helpful. And then just to give you an idea of where we are headed from here tonight, as we mentioned, we're requesting direction on those 4 items. We will take that feedback and then prepare a draft 21 through 26 capital improvement program recommendation for the council. We also have 2 additional upcoming study sessions. If this wasn't enough for you, you can come back on April 13th or May 10th to hear a little bit more about our paving program, as well as parks projects, and focus that night on the potential use of Measure T bonds to complete additional parks projects or reprioritize funding for parks projects. We expect the draft budget to be released in early May, and then the council has a 2-step process, a public hearing and adoption process in June for both the budget and the 5-year CIP. So with that, we're happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nagaya, for the presentation. Let's call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to comment on item C3, provide direction on the 5-year capital improvement plan, please engage that hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a cell phone or a landline, please press *9. Our first public commenter will be Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Adina Levin, representing the Complete Streets Commission. Tonight, the Complete Streets Commission has a work plan goal that we're going to talk about later tonight to make recommendations to the City Council with regard to the implementation of the Transportation Master Plan, particularly focusing on a few areas, including eliminating traffic fatalities or Vision Zero policy, and reducing driving miles or VMT, which is a key strategy in a recently adopted climate action plan. The Complete Streets approved these recommendations at our last March meeting, where that meeting approved these recommendations for the capital improvement plan, as well as the recommendations that I had presented on behalf of a subcommittee on the City Council priorities. At that time, we had agreed with the council's priorities to keep the middle bike ped undercrossing of the Caltrain tracks and the traffic calming and Complete Streets Commission treatments on Middle, as well as the Transportation Management Association. Now for the capital improvement plan recommendations, looking at those criteria, we were strongly support the items that are in the capital improvement plan coming forward, including the projects on the Middlefield corridor proposed for 21-2022 and 22-23. This includes several intersections at Ravenswood, Ringwood, and Santa Monica that are categorized as Tier 1 projects in the TMP and are hotspots in the collision map that connect many local trips to common destinations such as schools, shopping, transit, downtown, and work. And this has well-merited spots in the CIP. And in addition, coming up in the next year is Willow and Newbridge bicycle and pedestrian improvements. This is a very hazardous hotspot in the collision map and connects schools, food stores, bus stops, other destinations. And there are other Tier 1 projects along that corridor, including O'Brien and Ivy, with Hamilton identified as a Tier 2 project. So given the increased commercial and residential density in the Bayside area, all of these are going to merit attention on these corridors in the coming years. We also strongly recommended keeping these projects on the track in the CIP for implementation. And if there's any new transportation projects that come up, please review and make sure that they are not deprioritizing things that are making good progress on our vehicle miles traveled climate goals, and especially our safety goals at our high injury corridors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public commenter will be Ranjit Pacholi.
Hi, this is Ranjit Pancholi. I'm resident of 115 El Camino Real. And I heard about this 5-year plan, and I'm sorry I don't attend all the meetings, so I didn't know about this project earlier. I like to understand how can I participate some of the improvement costs, which are for sidewalk improvements, fire hydrant improvements, and other facilities that are required in the new project that we are constructing to be part of the 5-year plan funding through City Council.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public commenter will be Katie Baruzzi.
Hi again. I am going to, oops, I don't see the timer going. Can you all hear me? Oh, there we go.
Yes,
There's
we
a
can.
timer. Awesome. I need the timer to stay on track. Okay, so I'm going to pick up where Ms. Adina left off and just talk a little bit about the standards idea, because I think when people say standards, they mean different things, and that's okay. But I do think as a city, it would behoove us to get a lot more clarity about our projects so that people who live in the city, no matter where they live, no matter how much time they have to show up for meetings and self-advocate or participate in design processes, they can have confidence that, you know, whatever sidewalk or street treatment that they're getting in front of their house isn't going to be different from the kind that someone else gets. So that's one kind of standard. Another point to make, though, is that we actually have buried in various plans fairly explicit priorities, principles, designs that most people don't know about. I would wager that maybe only about 10 or 12 non-staff members in the entire city have read the entire circulation element and the entire transportation master plan and connected the dots and then looked at the maps and then looked at the CIP and all of that stuff. And what I'm saying is, maybe connecting back to our outreach discussion, perhaps we shouldn't hide this stuff, so that when a project on, say, Middle Avenue comes up, where it's stated in the TMP, for example, that that's a safe route to school and it's supposed to be prioritized for sidewalks and bike lanes, and like that's in plans and like the street is categorized, it shouldn't be necessarily like a giant shock to residents that like this is a plan that the city has had, and these are, you know, and the plan is, you know, distilled from principles that we've adopted as a city about climate change and safety and stuff. So what I'm wondering is, could we, first of all, could we elevate the principles that we have approved in the TMP so that they're not buried in an appendix? And then I think Nikki Nagaya mentioned that, but then the other missing point is that connecting the dots. So what would be brilliant is if I, as a resident of Bay Road, could go to a city website, plug my address in, and quickly find out, you know, when's my street going to be repaved? What capital improvement projects are slated to happen? Is my street classified as a bike boulevard or a neighborhood collector? And what does that mean for next time we repave it, or for the sidewalk or anything else? So I think it's like giving people easier, more user-friendly ways to understand what city principles and policies mean for them. And I think it can result in more clarity, more equity, less controversy. And maybe, you know, my dream is that we can just start from a better place when we're looking at a design for a new project, like a complete streets project. So that's what I've got. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for any public comment on item C3. And here we go. And Chris McIntosh, I saw you raise your hand. Did you have a comment on item C3?
Yes, I do.
Right ahead, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, City Clerk, council members, not in any particular, or not in that order necessarily. I'm Chris McIntosh. I'm with Friends of Bedwell Bayfront Park, and I live in North Fair Oaks. I want to comment that the master plan for Bedwell Bayfront Park was approved in 2017, and there have been some relatively small improvements since then, and the ranger services, which is huge, really appreciated. But the increased usage at the park in the last few years, and particularly in 2020, has made even more apparent how much need there is for all the improvements at the park. I understand that we are in different, somewhat difficult times, but I'd really like to see specifics on the timing and the funding of the various parts of the master plan. And I urge you to approve full funding for the master plan so that it can be implemented as quickly as possible for the benefit of all those people recreating out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. And so I'll bring it back to the virtual dais, to kick off a discussion. I do want to say, obviously this is a really important agenda item, and one of the more important agenda items we take up over the course of the year. But I do want to say, and so we should devote to it all the time that it needs. But we still have lots of agenda items ahead of us. I'll say, and there are some. I will say, just as a housekeeping matter, we're going to push the Finance and Audit Committee work plan progress report to a future meeting. The chair got bat info from me that gave him sort of a time frame of between 7:30 and 8. And so we obviously weren't going to get to that between 7:30 and 8. And so that will be pushed to a future agenda, a future meeting. But yeah, I just wanted to give that heads up. I certainly, what we have already pushed once the Complete Streets Commission work plan. I do not want to push that again. But again, like I say, we should devote all the time that this agenda item needs. It's important. Like I said, one of the more important items, but we do have a full meeting still ahead of us. So with that, who wants to go first? Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so what I'm about to say is not probably what you expected. I apologize to my colleagues. I must have ate something that's not happy, because I am not feeling very well suddenly. So I'm going to be with you, but going to turn off my video and come back to you at times, but not feeling too well all of a sudden. So going to just excuse my video for the moment.
Yeah, totally no problem. We hope you you feel better. So Vice Mayor Nash.
Actually, if you'd like to go ahead, feel free.
No, please go. I was just going to sort of start going through the items that Ms. Nagaya sort of listed out. But so feel free to go.
So I actually was going to start with the, well, actually, let me first ask if Ms. Nagaya could quickly respond to one of our developers at 115 El Camino Real who just spoke tonight, and perhaps clarify whether he has a project at 115 El Camino Real, and I believe was asking about sidewalks and fire hydrants and other projects, and whether that could be part of the CIP. And I think there's a clean answer.
Sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. And thank you, Mr. Panchali, for the comments tonight. I think as I understood, his request was for funding for those improvements that you mentioned, or for the city to build them. And so they are conditions on the project that was approved at 115 El Camino Real. And so as such, they are to be funded by the developer and not the city. So there's not currently a proposal to provide funding for them in the capital improvement program going forward.
Thank you. And then my first question is regarding the gatehouse. Can you explain, given that there's actually missing posts on the fence, what is the difference between a repair and replace given that the original project said that it was going to, only portions which were deteriorated or damaged were to be replaced. So what is the distinction? And how much money, you know, does it really save us enough money to make it a difference?
Yes, so the scope of the gatehouse fence repair that we're proposing is focused in on those two areas that I showed in the photos during the presentation. So there's one section right by the gate where there are missing sections of the fence. And then there's a section right at the end as you walk kind of towards the library that is also missing some pieces. And so what we're proposing is to actually shorten the fence, repurpose the pieces that are closer to the library and repurpose them in the section where they're needed closer to the gate. So that'll help provide some of the parts that we need to close the gap, and then get it all cleaned up and freshly painted so it looks new, but is still just the same old fence underneath. So we think that will be, there's about $70,000 remaining in the project budget. We think that there's more than sufficient funding, and we could probably revert back in the order of $15,000 to $20,000 from that budget with the repairs in lieu of a more robust replacement.
Thank you. And then, and that makes sense to you as far as we're not just pushing the restoration, anyway, further work down the road. This actually is, I assume, if you're recommending it, it makes
yeah,
sense.
We also looked at removal of the fence as another option. So maybe step back one second. We did an evaluation of the fence to determine if it was a historic asset that needed to be treated as such as part of the gatehouse. And so what that analysis found was that the gate is historic, but the rest of the fence is not. So it could be removed, repaired, replaced. We still want to provide, you know, consistent aesthetic with the rest of the property, but the fence itself, we have kind of discretion to do what makes the most sense. We did look at removal, but some of our staff in the parks section were concerned about the use of the lawn area behind the fence, kind of under some of the large trees between the library and the gatehouse. That area gets used for events like library story time and other things with small kids. And they didn't want parents to feel uncomfortable without some sort of barrier between the lawn and the Ravenswood and the roadway. And so their recommendation was to keep the fence in place as long as we could. And we think we can do that through this repair option. That said, any fence, any city building needs ongoing maintenance. And so there will be a time in the future where additional investment would be needed in the fence, but we think we can defer that with these repairs.
Thank you so much. And then final question on this is just, I know that originally $120,000 was allocated. So what did we use the $50,000 for?
So mostly the historic evaluation of the gate and the fence. And we can get a full accounting of the expenditures in the account, but the majority was the historic review.
Thank you. I'm just, so 42% of the budget went to this evaluation, which, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And Ms. Nagaya, I first just wanted to thank you and staff for this report. I have been tracking or trying to track CIP for many, many years, and this brought to me a lot of clarity, and it kind of reinforced what I think I've learned over the years about the CIP. And so I wanted to thank you for putting your thoughts down like this. And I think it's a great jumping off point for this public facing document that you're going to be putting together, trying to connect the dots with standards and everything. And I would just kind of encourage you maybe to, I know Ms. Baruzzi had some more comments about connecting even more dots. And I know once we start connecting every dot, then it'll go on forever, but I just think this is really helpful to explain kind of what that process is. Speaking about process, one thing that I was curious about, and something, having looked at CIPs over the years and having kind of had projects that I've been invested in over the years that get delayed, is there a way to track kind of the history of the projects? I really appreciate the detailed spreadsheet that you provided that shows the description and even what tier and what district and if it's requisite and where the funding comes from. I think that's amazing transparency. I think if there was an opportunity to add, either when it first came on the CIP or some little thing about a historical reference, that to me would be helpful to know, like, is this something that's been waiting for 5 years or is this something that's showing up for the first time? Helps me understand, because I know as someone who, like I said, has championed certain projects that have kind of gone into the queue and are still kind of waiting. I think it helps the public understand where their asks are living. I would love clarity a little bit about grants. And this is something I've always kind of wondered. It's, to me, I can't figure out if it's like the chicken or the egg. And how do projects work with grants? So is it that we have an identified project and scope and then we seek the grant? Or is it that we find out about a grant and then try to match a project to it? Or I'm guessing the answer might be both. But knowing a little bit more about that, because I know sometimes one of the criteria in your prioritization or tier criteria, there's lots of different lists, is kind of grant funding. And grants are wonderful, but sometimes they don't perfectly match, or there's like an opportunity cost to doing the grant. There's like a trade-off. And so I'm just curious if you can provide a little bit more information about that whole process.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Wilson. So for grants, as you said, it's really both. We're looking at both the project priorities that we've identified in the number of master plans that the city's recently adopted, coupled with what we know to be funding criteria from the grant programs, and trying to match those as opportunities come up. So some of the programs we have a better sense. There are programs every 2 years, for example, that come from the San Mateo County Transportation Authority. And we have a pretty good handle through their strategic planning process, what they're going to be looking for in terms of projects to meet the criteria that they're establishing from those programs. Then there are other state programs, regional programs, federal programs, where the criteria are less defined or defined in a public process just before releasing the call for projects. And so then there's a little bit more scrambling going on in those cases to really match projects that we know exist to the funding opportunity and what the call for projects is looking for. So I think an example of that may be the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities grant opportunity that came up about 1.5 years ago in partnership with Mid-Penn Housing, when they were proposing to pursue those funds for the development of the housing in on Willow Road. And they approached us to look for some opportunities to provide transportation improvements, because that was a function of the grant requirements. You needed to tackle both housing and sustainable transportation with your application. So in that case, we pulled out things that met the criteria of the grant program. Unfortunately, the application was not successful, so that's maybe not the best example to provide, but it gives an idea of something where we're really looking to meet the needs of the grant program application as part of the proposal.
And I know that a little portion of sidewalk was recently installed on Coleman at Santa Monica. So was that an example of a project that we had a grant and we needed to match something to it, or we had identified a project and needed a grant?
Yeah. So that is a project that received funding through one of the San Mateo County Transportation Authority programs. It's the pedestrian and bicycle program. And it was one of 5 project elements that was funded in that application. Because those projects are most successful for funding when you have both pedestrian and bicycle elements in a package that the Transportation Authority can review and incorporate into the project recommendation. And so Coleman and Santa Monica, that corner was one element. Sidewalk construction on Pierce Road was another element, and that was that was titled the project. And then San Mateo Drive bike route installation was another component. I won't walk through all 5, but they were summarized in attachment E of the staff report.
Thanks. So I guess my broader question with that one, while I appreciate that sidewalk on Coleman and Santa Monica, I wouldn't characterize that as like the greatest need of bike and ped infrastructure in the city, just in terms of the volume and the traffic patterns, the pedestrian pattern at that corner. It's typically people are walking on the other side of the, well, maybe they're walking on the other side of the sidewalk because there wasn't a sidewalk, but I'm just wondering, I guess I worry that if we're always trying to fit within the grant, that we might be taking our eye off higher priority. Are there times where we might, I don't know if I'm articulating this well, if there's like high collision, high injury, things that we know we want to accomplish, but we have this grant, are we distracting ourselves, in your professional opinion at all, from tackling some of these bigger issues to chase like grant money?
So I think the challenge is that there are more needs than we have funding to complete. So without the grant funds, it's going to be very challenging to be able to deliver projects on any of those corridors, whether they're the highest priority injury corridors or something that's more central to like neighborhood circulation for any particular reason. So I think there's definitely opportunities through the adoption of the transportation master plan now to have a clearer picture of what those top priorities are. When we applied for the grant funds in that last round of the pedestrian bicycle program from the TA, that was, I believe, 2017. And so it was kind of the early stages of the transportation master plan. And so we were looking at what we knew to be needs in a variety of different areas of the city and put together an application. But I think with the master plan adoption, we have the ability to look more strategically at all of the needs in the context across the city and focus in on higher priority projects. And then the council can also provide us direction on, if you want us to focus on those corridors, even at the expense of grant funds, that and that's they're not always mutually exclusive, but I think in some cases they are. So we can take that direction as well.
And I appreciate you taking advantage of and being fiscally responsive and responsible and going after grant funding. I know I'm taking a lot of time. I'll ask one more question and then I'll pass it on to my colleagues because I could talk to Nikki forever. So I noticed that Middlefield Road between Woodland, Woodland and Ringwood or Ravenswood is on the CIP in a couple years to get like $3 million. So another thing that that has kind of perplexed me about the CIP is, and I think this was in the letter written by the Complete Streets Commission as well, speaking about that corridor. How do we get ahead of CIP projects in a way where we can best inform what the scope looks like and early, so we don't run into situations where it's coming. Oh boy, there's a grant and it's due tomorrow. So we have to have one of these two options. And I get the constraints that that staff has, but how do we incorporate the CIP with the TMP and the standards and the circulation element and our grant funding and all of that, and to scope these and our prioritization process, like council priorities, so that we can be on top of these to make, when we do projects, kind of dig once, like do them once and make them comprehensive and really deliver on a solution that gets people a real value proposition, like something is really happening here.
Yeah, so that is the that's the $100 question, right? Like, how do all these things fit together, and how do we make it easy to interpret what's coming up and what the opportunities are? So I think I don't have a silver bullet for this, but I think opportunities definitely exist in sessions like this to raise projects that the council's interested in hearing more about before we go forward. Another opportunity with a focus on Middlefield Road is the paving study session that I mentioned, planned for April, where we plan to come back with more information about the scope of the paving program, and then the request from the council last year about rubberized pavement treatments. So the scope of that Middlefield Road project as it currently exists is a paving project, but then there are other elements that were identified in the transportation master plan, as well as some other projects that are currently in the CIP in other subject areas that I think there's definitely synergy there. We just then need to understand the scope of what you're looking for that corridor, as well as more generally as part of our paving program. If you want to capitalize on that as a way to build other street improvements at the same time, it generally means that we're probably going to be doing less streets each year, but potentially larger investments on the streets that we're touching. So we just need to then balance that out going forward.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. I'm very interested in talking about this more. Obviously, we can't talk about it all tonight, and I'm looking forward to the repaving conversation, but I'm definitely interested in kind of that comprehensive corridor-wide perspective. And so when I see something like Middlefield coming down in a couple of years, my antenna is already up. I'm thinking, like, when is this going to go to the complete streets? When are we going to scope? I would like us, council, to be involved in scoping of these things. So that's just something to consider with the CIP. And I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues. I've been talking for a while.
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Wilson. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And thank you, Ms. Nagaya, for bearing with us. I am going to do my best to keep my questions at a minimum. Since I did not have an opportunity to reach out to you before the meeting. My first actually comment is just around the design standard and review. So one of the concerns that I brought up a couple weeks ago was just having a consistent citywide standard. And I know that it may be different based on whatever the layout is of the sidewalk specifically. But when does a design review come before council, or is it only based on a certain size project?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Councilmember Taylor. So I think we do have citywide engineering standards, and that may get back to Ms. Berhouzi's comment, where the difference between what is being designed versus what is being built needs to be a little bit clearer. So I think the council's opportunities to weigh in on projects usually come at the time of like funding. which would be now, or in the case of a grant, when we're pursuing the grant, there usually is a requirement for a resolution of support to put in a grant application. So that's a time kind of in the scoping stages of the projects. And then if projects are over the city manager's signing authority, which is roughly $75,000, then the council awards the contract as well. And so there's then usually an opportunity at the time the contract's being awarded for construction. And then depending on the scope of the project, if there is something that triggers the city council review earlier, there may be another opportunity at the conceptual design phase or selection of a preferred alternative. So those usually occur when there are things that change traffic control, traffic patterns, or eliminate parking is one of the implications for the council to approve a project is when on-street parking is being changed or removed, because that's defined in the municipal code as something the council provides direction on. So those are some of the opportunities for the council to provide input into the scope of the project.
Thank you. And just thinking about Pierce Road, or using that as an example, just based on attachment E, there appears to be funding left. And so is it possible for some safety enhancements, so a more visible crosswalk or something along those lines, or is that grant funding specific to sidewalks only and you can't use it for anything else?
Yeah, that's a good question. Something we've been looking back at the funding agreement with the grant agency to be able to define. So usually when we enter into the agreements with the agency that's providing the funds, we have to scope the project and then provide verification of what we're doing, as well as pursue environmental clearance for the project. So I think if if you have particular requests for Pierce Road, we would be happy to work through with you what they are and whether they can be funded with the grant funds. But generally what we applied for was the ability to close the sidewalk gaps along the stretch from roughly Carlton to the Ringwood pedestrian overcrossing. But that said, we did put city funds into the project as well, both some transportation impact fee dollars in order to expand the scope. And so we can look at what funding from each of those sources is remaining, and we may have more flexibility with local city dollars than we do with the grant funds.
Okay.
So we can work with you on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then my last comment is, question is about the signal modifications that are out on Bayfront. And there's still a safety concern. I think I brought this up before. There's not enough time if you are traveling north from Chilco to Bayfront. There's not enough time to get out on Bayfront Expressway. It feels like there's less than 5 seconds. And so with the speed of the traffic on Bayfront, it just makes it extremely dangerous. And it seems to be worse on the weekends. So the timing is a little bit longer during the week, but on the weekends, you barely are able to get in the intersection and light has changed.
Great. Okay. Thank you for sharing. I think that signal is controlled by Caltrans that has jurisdiction over Bayfront Expressway. So we can pass that along for signal timing adjustments for them. But just so I make sure I fully understand, this is typically when you're driving on Choco and then trying to turn left or right out onto Bayfront Expressway at the light.
Yes, yes, it is. And the enhancements there for pedestrians and bicyclists to cross, they get adequate time. It's just not enough time for a car to proceed into the intersection and get on Bayfront.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nagaya.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, hi, Ms. Nagaya. My question, I'm looking at the downtown streetscape project, and the number's like 300. I think it's like $327,000 something. And I looked at that number and I thought, based on experience, that's actually not that much money for a CIP project. Like, I don't know what we get done for that amount of money. I remember sprinklers cost more downtown. So I'm wondering, what is that project? And also, like, how do we, that's the only thing in the capital improvement plan for downtown at the present time. So, like, what is that, and what's the impact of that? Because I think there's a major desire to make a bigger oomph in our downtown right now.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Mueller. And sorry you're not feeling well. Just toughen out this discussion is definitely helping, I'm sure. So in general, that project was originally set aside to fund an expansion of the street cafe program that the council had put in place in kind of the 2015 time period. There was an effort to expand it pre-pandemic. And then when the pandemic began, we repurposed those funds to be able to cover the costs of the street closure and the improvements that are underway downtown on the blocks in front of like the Left Bank and Bistro Vita and Galata. And so right now that's funding essentially the maintenance of the landscaping, the potted plants that we have downtown, the rental of the K-rail, but there's still roughly $275,000 or so remaining in that account right now. So I think if the council's looking for other funding for downtown, the Downtown Amenities Fund is another source that may be able to be prioritized for use next year. But I think we also need to scope and understand what the council's looking for in terms of expectations of delivery. And we could tee that up for a future discussion as well.
And can you remind me what the current balance is in the Downtown Amenities Fund?
I don't believe any of the contributions from the Station 1300 or Springline project have been appropriated at this point in time. So I think it's $1 million, but we can confirm that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Those are all my questions at this time. I'm interested in keeping track of the CIP, obviously, but when I'm looking at the 5-year forecast, very interested in figuring out what we're doing downtown.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you. Yeah, Ms. Nagaya, I just wanted to follow up on the scoping and opportunity where you had mentioned that there's opportunities for council to weigh in when it's funded, when projects are funded. And I wanted to know if this is where I get a little nervous of waiting until then, because what I've seen is that it becomes like, for good reason, and that it's kind of like an emergency decision that has to be made a lot of time. At least it feels like it. It's also because our meetings are so packed. And so you're trying to get on an agenda, and then we have to kind of make a decision. And then if we were to want to add something to the scope at that time, it's almost like too late. Then it becomes like, well, you could add it, but then it'll take 6 more years and we'll not get this grant. So are there opportunities to weigh in on, is there opportunity to create a time for council to weigh in on scoping earlier on some of these projects?
So in short, yes. A longer answer is, I think it would be helpful if we can identify the universe of projects that you're interested in, so that we're not bringing forward study sessions or spending agenda time. As you know, you do have a lot to cover in any given night for things that are more routine or are not of interest at that time to the council. And that said, I know all the projects are important, but we're trying to prioritize how you spend your time as well.
Absolutely. So yeah, and I think this is one of those things where like an investment in time up front could save a lot of heartache later on. So I don't know if now we want to go in. I don't know if I can think on the spot, or if this is something like I could follow up with you later, or a subcommittee or something, but this is an area that I'm very interested in exploring. So I'm happy to meet offline, or if another council member wants to as well. That's just something I'm interested in.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. On the Parks and Rec plan, the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update implementation, where it's $15 million in 21-22, is that the Measure T funds coming in?
So yeah, that was a placeholder for the projects that were identified in the Parks and Rec Master Plan. And we would expect that that needs to be fleshed out with Measure T funds and the discussion in May about how to prioritize those projects and how to move forward with Measure T. So right now, the Measure T funds are not shown to be used in the future year CIP. This is what was adopted last year, but we recognize that the council's provided direction on Measure T through the Menlo Park Community Campus discussion. And so there's an opportunity to look at our parks projects more closely in that lens.
So is this for the MPCC, or this is actually still separate?
It's separate. So what the council has funded for MPCC, the baseline commitments, as well as the project enhancements, are shown in the city buildings and systems category. They're shown alphabetically, and I think MPCC shows up as the last one on the list, just alphabetically. So it's there, but it's also roughly $15 million.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And
So
then
if I could so this is pulling down additional Measure T funds, right?
But potentially, yeah.
Okay, potentially, right? And so not the Measure T funds that we accessed. Okay, just one minute. Please go, Vice Mayor Nash.
okay, although if you want to continue on that, that's okay. I'm taking a different tangent. So this may be more appropriate specifically for street repaving at our study session for street repaving, but I'm sort of more broadly, is the city required to take the lowest bid on projects? And I guess just first that.
Yes, the simplest answer. There are nuances around, like we could set up some local criteria for selecting based on other characteristics, local project delivery, local hire type programs, but the California Government Code requires generally low bid.
And then do we track the contractor work and just sort of our experience with our contractor experience? And can that play into it, or is that separate?
Yes, so the city has to award the contract to the lowest responsive bidder. So if a contractor is not responsive and they have some sort of a track record of not delivering in some way, then we can disqualify them from the bidding process. But it's very specific, and it needs to be based on not meeting the contract specifications of a prior work effort. It can't just be because they were difficult to work with, or something that's less specific or defined.
Thank you. My concern is I've had, as you know, several residents reach out about different street repaving projects and dissatisfaction with the quality of the work. And I know that the city has also has some concerns. And what it seems sometimes we might be taking the lowest bid, and then with all the work that the staff has to put in to go back and get things done right, it may not be the lowest bid anymore. And I'm sure.
Also, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Going on to the utility undergrounding, I guess I would like to, I don't have a problem with repurposing it from the parking lots. But I want to strongly advocate, as I have done in the last 2 meetings, when we discussed utility undergrounding, for the section of Santa Cruz Avenue sidewalks from Fremont to Johnson. And this is a section of sidewalks that was omitted from the large Santa Cruz Avenue sidewalk plan because of the utility poles in the sidewalk, and that it was going to be a larger project, and that staff at the time mentioned that this segment would be a great candidate for a wider sidewalk when the utility undergrounding project comes forward. Well, it's here now, and I would like to strongly advocate for that. That's a portion of the sidewalk that is used heavily every day. And I believe there's at least 4 major utility poles in the middle of sidewalks. So people are constantly having to go around. People have trouble with strollers. And that's also a section of the street where there's parking. And so people are really pushed into the street. There's no easy way around this. And I think that this would be a really strategic project. And when would that be a time to advocate for this? I know we did receive a comment on CCIN from Adina Levin about this.
Yeah, so right now, the project is on hold while we await council direction on which of the undergrounding projects we want to move forward. We also recently expended the hours of our the staff member who was working on this project. He was a retired annuitant and has since wrapped up his time with the city for this year. So we also have some staffing constraints there we need to factor in. So we were anticipating bringing something back to the council later this year, Q3, Q4 timeframe, to be able to provide input on the undergrounding priorities. And at that point in time, we can also share more information about what we know with the CPUC regulations on the funding, as well as we've also received some offers from other cities that have undergrounding projects that want to move forward to purchase our credits for undergrounding work. So I know undergrounding has been a desired project outcome from many of the council members, but that there also exists an opportunity to consider selling the credits depending on what your other funding priorities are for capital projects going forward. So there's a lot to unpack with that, and we were targeting the fall.
Thank you. So at this point, you're just looking for whether or not we are willing to let go of the parking lots themselves, not where we're directing it. And is there, will this section of Santa Cruz Avenue be on the possible project list when it comes back to council? Can I get a confirmation that will happen, please? Not that, then it basically, I'm just looking to make sure that this doesn't get buried, because it has been brought up several times, and each time I think I'm getting a positive response. And so I would like it to be one of the considerations, realizing that we have to look at across the city, but I would like it on the list of considerations.
Yeah, so that section of street was one of 10 to 15 corridors that we evaluated as part of selecting the 3 undergrounding districts. So I think if the council wants to look at that full list or narrow it down to the 2 other locations and Santa Cruz, we could take that direction tonight. If that way we can plan for the appropriate scope of this study session later this year.
Okay, well, I strongly advocate that this is one of the options that we consider. Unless we want to choose it tonight, which I don't think we want to. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. Councilmember Mueller.
Sorry, it's muted. I have a question. When I was looking at the utility undergrounding for downtown, it's 5 million for the utility undergrounding and then 2 million for each of the parking lots reconstruction. So when we say is all of that 9 million then being reallocated, or is it only the 5 million?
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. It's only the 5 million for the undergrounding, and that's Rule 20A funds that we've accrued over the last several decades.
Okay, so the parking lots will still go forward with the renovation.
Yes, that's what we're proposing, given the urgent need to get started on that.
Awesome. Okay. And then the only thing I would reemphasize again for my colleagues is that, it's always when there's that expression, follow the money, like it shows your priorities. And just when I look at the CIP, I do think that I think if we sat down with the average resident in Menlo Park and we said, this is the amount of money being spent over the next 5 years, and this is the amount we're putting towards downtown, I think they'd probably say, we'd like you to put a little bit more money toward downtown. So I know we don't have those projects before us tonight, but I do think it's incumbent upon us to figure out how we fill out that CIP with projects that make an impact in the downtown for the quality of life of residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Willison.
Thanks, Ms. Nagaya. Can you just clarify the reason that we were originally going to underground those parking lots was because we just want to it was just on the list of areas to underground. Does it have to do with being able to redevelop those areas? I know there's like some parking lots that are potentially housing or parking lots or parking garages or whatever. These two parking lots, is there any downside in terms of revitalization, of incentivizing development or whatever that we're going to run up against if we don't underground here, before I say let's go ahead and relinquish?
Yeah, no, great. Thank you for the question. So the parking plazas that were proposed in the downtown specific plan for a parking structure were plazas 1, 2, and 3. That starts at kind of the northeastern corner of downtown, so between Santa Cruz and Oak Grove, and then the 3 plazas as you move west towards University Drive. So all north of Santa Cruz that were proposed for parking structures. And then these 2 plazas are south of Santa Cruz, between between Menlo Avenue and Santa Cruz, on the section closer to El Camino Real. So they were not proposed for any sort of development or parking structure. We had identified the need for the plaza renovations, but at the same time, the prior direction from the council was to pursue utility undergrounding downtown as the highest priority area. And as we brought that forward over the last 1.5 years to establish undergrounding districts, what we heard was more of a desire to see the funds used in other areas of the city outside of downtown. So that's where the recommendation at this point in time was to relinquish the funds related to downtown and then continue that discussion.
So there's no, because I know if we get to the M group and looking at the downtown specific plan type things and potentially incentivizing more housing and other development downtown, there's nothing that not underground, like by not undergrounding at these plazas isn't going to prohibit any kind of other stuff that we might want to do?
So I think there's a little bit of a chicken and egg question. So what the downtown specific plan previously had envisioned was all on plazas north of Santa Cruz. Okay. Those are the 3 that are of a larger size and could potentially more easily accommodate a parking structure. But that said, I think if there's a desire to look more broadly at downtown, then any sort of development on the plazas south of Santa Cruz would need utilities to be undergrounded. But I think the pavement in both of these plazas today is in a state that even waiting for development to happen on any of the plazas, they will continue to degrade. So I think we're at a point where we really need to look at resurfacing them, even if the council in the future wanted to look at other utility undergrounding or development potential.
Okay, that's really helpful to know. In that case, I'm supportive of relinquishing, just going ahead and repaving those. And I'm supportive of including Councilmember Nash's Santa Cruz to examine when it comes back, having it be one of the bullets of locations. And then I'll go back independently at it looks like it's February 23rd, 2020, and look at where the other ones were, just so maybe it can be in like an appendix of that staff report of like where the other locations are, just in case we missed anything. And then going back to the questions that you're asking for. I think you guys came up with a really creative solution. I do think spending half the budget on deciding if it's historical is kind of crazy, but I know maybe that's just an expensive process, but that just is a little interesting. But I do like your idea of repurposing the slats and kind of rejiggering that fence to make it work. I think that's really creative, and I want to commend staff for coming up with that idea. In terms of utilizing special funding sources, I want to find out a little bit more from Councilmember Taylor, because I know this is a concern of hers, to make sure that the city is investing in District 1 particularly, and that we're not just writing off of development agreements and things like that to do that. So I wanted to ask her what she thought about that. But from my perspective, it looks good what we have going. And then in terms of prioritizing projects and the criteria, I actually had a question. Within the lists of the prioritization criteria, are those ranked? So does like safety come ahead of protection of infrastructure, or is that just like a laundry list of criteria that's being considered?
At this point in time, for CIP purposes, it's a laundry list. We have some other structured prioritization processes in place in each of the subject area master plans, but not in the context of the CIP.
Okay. And then in terms of looking at kind of the spreadsheets and the different categories, is it safe to assume that we're not, like, they don't get ranked, like one category doesn't get higher priority than another category, like, because they're coming from different workload streams? So like if we were to say, transportation is more important, I'm just hypothetically saying this. Well, now I don't want to say anything, but let's say like one category is more important than another category. And we want to do more in this category than we do in this category, or we don't want to spend funds in this category, we want to move to this category. It wouldn't open up capacity or prioritization space in the desired category because it's coming from a different bucket. Is that safe to say?
Generally, yes, but there are some areas of overlap in skill sets for our staff, and there's a lot of overlap between transportation projects and streets projects that span a couple of different divisions within the Public Works Department. So there's a little bit of flexibility between those two areas, but both divisions at this point in time are very tapped out in trying to execute projects.
Okay, so the only prioritization criteria that I want to emphasize or stress has to do with climate action, which I know it refers here of adopted plans and climate action. But I guess this would be specific to transportation related projects, but VMT reducing transportation projects kind of popping higher than potentially other ones. So that's my only feedback on the prioritization criteria. Thank you. And safety.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Councilmember Willison's question. And then I believe that it was actually addressed in the staff report, one of the attachments. My concern was just transparency around where funding was coming from. Just being clear that it's not coming out of the general fund, it's being paid for by a development agreement. So that has been addressed, the transparency. So I'm not sure if specialized funding really defined it, what I was looking for in the staff meeting, It's late in the council meeting a few weeks ago. So it wasn't necessarily specialized funding. It was just being transparent about where funding was coming from for a project. And in saying all of that, a part of the report outs that Vice Mayor Nash and I will do at some point regarding our subcommittee work was about having projects that have already been identified on the CIP list and is still an opportunity to have it paid for through a development agreement. So if it's on the list, it's been identified, it's something we were going to do anyways, we haven't had the CIP funding, there's an opportunity for that to be covered in a DA. So that was very helpful. And the last part was just to actually answer the questions that staff asked council. And I don't believe that I did that piece. I'm supportive of adding that one item in the priority tiering that Councilmember Willison brought up as far as VMT and then also climate action plan. I'm supportive of the fence repair and I'm supportive of the undergrounding of the power lines downtown. And I believe that covers everything. And if not, let me know.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Yeah, I was going to go through the 4 items as I understand them, just to make sure that there's clarity. So the proposed sort of repair of the fence does anyone sort of have anything contrary to what's being proposed by staff? Okay. Then there is the utility undergrounding, releasing the 5 million that had in theory been sort of earmarked for the parking lots between Santa Cruz and Menlo Avenue. Is there any opposition to what staff has proposed there as far as releasing those funds from that specific project and allowing it to proceed with a repaving without the undergrounding? And then there was the thing that Councilmember Taylor talked for, where it was sort of showing the special, when there is specialized funding, or having that shown. But you, Councilmember Taylor, sort of said that mostly you were looking for transparency, and so I think that's addressed. And then the third one was just sort of the criteria that was being used. In Councilmember Willison asked that we also look at that in connection, or that one criteria be added, sort of whether it's VMT or just sort of in general, like kind of cap impacts. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I have no objection to that sort of addendum, and again, I personally have no objection to the sort of the proposals that staff has made with regards to those items. And so, is there anyone who has anything else they want to add about this item? Vice Mayor Nash.
I would just like a confirmation that we will have the segment of Santa Cruz on the undergrounding when it comes back as a possible alternative.
I'm supportive of that. I think
wonderful.
I think generally council is supportive of that, and so and staff has no objection. Correct.
Wonderful. I just wanted to make it clear. Thank
Okay,
you so
no.
much.
No,
Yeah.
no objection, just seeking consensus before we confirmed that that was the
Okay.
case. So thank you.
It's really fair. Well, thank you, Ms. Nagai, for the presentation. I, appreciate it, the sort of the detailed information about the projects. I also appreciated seeing a number of Parks and Rec projects. I know I've been a bit of a broken record about some of those things, and so it was great to see them as line items. And so yeah. So thank you for the presentation. And I think with that, we will bring to a close the study session portion of our meeting. And with that, we'll move on to agenda item D, report from closed session. And I'll throw it to the city attorney, Neera Doherty, to report out from closed sessions on March 16th and March 22nd.
Thank you, Mayor. There are 2 closed sessions that we're reporting out of, and both of those closed sessions involve no reportable action.
Thank you for that update, or for the report outs. With that, we'll go to public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the city council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or the political jurisdiction in which you live. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the city council cannot respond to non-agenda items, issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general direction. With that, I'll ask the city clerk to call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on an item not on our agenda this evening, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. So final call for any public comment for items not on the agenda. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Karen. With that, we'll go on to presentations and proclamations. The first part of that, we will go to the city clerk to call for public comment for agenda items F1 and F2. And I know we still have lots to get to and it's already late. And so under normal circumstances with proclamations, I might sort of skip reading it, but I think both items are important. And so I will read through both of them. But before that, we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item F1, our proclamation denouncing stigmatism, racism, xenophobia against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, or item F2, proclamation of Equal Pay Day, please engage that hand feature, bottom of the screen. If you are calling in, please press *9. And our first public commenter is Wayne Lee.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Combs and members of the Menlo Park City Council. I thank Councilwoman Wilson for organizing the opportunity for me to come and speak about this important issue. I am the president of the San Mateo County Asian Pacific Islander Caucus. It's made up of elected and former elected council members in San Mateo County, and we promote equality, support diversity, and of course, support Asian Pacific Islander issues. Anyone can join. You can visit our website, smcapi.org, for more information. Again, thank you, Mayor Combs and the Menlo Park City Council for providing this opportunity to discuss a very important issue that has infected our nation. Racist attacks has risen 150% since last year. Racism and misogyny is a very old disease that dehumanizes people to justify violence and disenfranchisement. It justifies the objectification of women, the enslavement of a race, and the inhumane separation of immigrant children from their families. And of course, the deadly attacks against elderly. I'm here because I think that as many of you are probably pretty angry, frustrated, disgusted, and maybe a little fearful that our country and civility is being attacked by a few who cannot see the light. That's the light that Martin Luther King explained eloquently as the savior from hate. Only love wins over hate. But don't confuse love with weakness. Hate is a weakness. It's not easy to get out of it. And it's not good for people to blame others for the frustration and then act them out. When I was in middle school, I was one of the few minorities in the school. And one day a white kid decided to take his frustration on me and started beating me up. There was no apologies from the school or the school district. Nobody checked up on my welfare after the incident, and nobody offered help afterwards. It was up to me. Yeah, I was very angry, and I decided to take vengeance. Vengeance on the system that sweeps hatred and racism under the rug. It's a system that creates barriers for promotion, equal pay, and equal opportunities. I suspect many of you at home have witnessed that and have been a victim of some of these things. And I suspect that you're wondering what you can do. Well, silence is not it's complicity, as our president has said. And if you want to seek answer to this pandemic of hatred brought on by people in the highest office who said it's okay to behave badly, it's, physical backdoor racist assaults are not okay. Racist assaults are not okay. So here's some suggestions that we have for you. Get educated. This is for those people at home. Get educated about other cultures. Get educated about the different communities in our great nation, the nation we all love, believe in, and fight for. Volunteer in your community. Get out of your comfort zone. Get comfortable with new perspectives and new cultures other than your own, so that love can win over hate. And I also like to mention that tomorrow at 11 o'clock in San Mateo Central Park, there's going to be a press conference by the San Mateo County Police Chief Association and Sheriff's Department. They're going to address the hate, the steps they're taking to and denounce strongly the violence from racist attacks. I ask you, if you come join us, please wear a yellow vest to symbolize protest against the institution of racism and misogyny. You can get them you can go to a hardware store if you're wondering where you can get those vests. Also on Saturday online, the caucus is sponsoring a panel with Mayor Jocelyn Manalo and the District Attorney Steve Wagstaff and the San Mateo County Sheriff Carlos Malanos and Dr. Jung from Stop Asian Hate Foundation. And they'll be talking about what things the county is doing to stop racist attacks. Again, I'd like to thank your council for this opportunity and this proclamation. It's a horrible chapter in our history, and I thank you for your courage and your strength. Bless you all. Good night.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public commenter is A. Holm.
Good evening, everybody. This is Alice Hom, and actually the speaker before me said a lot of what I wanted to express. As an Asian American, I have always known how I was different, even though I felt American. And I also want to applaud Councilmember Taylor for her comments earlier in the evening, because I just want to say we stand in solidarity with each other. And I thank you all for being so conscientious and aware of the problems that lies us. And it takes leaders like all of you to make a change. So I applaud you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for any public comment on items F1 and F2. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Right. Thank you, City Clerk Karen. With that, I'll start with the reading of the first proclamation, F1, proclamation denouncing stigmatization, racism, and xenophobia against Asian American and Pacific Islanders. Whereas the Asian American Pacific Islander community has been affected by a sharp increase in violence, abhorrent acts of racism and stigmatization during the COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas 3,795 incidents were received by the Stop AAPI Hate Reporting Center from March 19th, 2020 to February 28th, 2021, a figure that represents only a fraction of the number of hate incidents that actually occurred, but shows how vulnerable Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are to discrimination and the type of intolerance they face, which includes verbal harassment, shunning, and physical assault. And whereas on March 16, 2021, 8 people were killed at 3 different spas in Georgia, 6 of whom were Asian American, in an act of racism and xenophobia, which further highlights the dangers facing the AAPI community, dangers facing AAPI community members. And whereas many of those of Asian and Pacific Islander descent in our community have shared that they have been victims of racial slurs and or acts of stigmatization, and whereas the World Health Organization states that stigmatized groups may be subject to social avoidance or rejection, denials of healthcare, education, housing, or employment, and physical violence, and whereas the city of Menlo Park draws its strength from its diverse population, of which those of Asian or Pacific Islander descent represent over 15%, and has a duty to speak out against all forms of discrimination. And whereas the city of Menlo Park stands united against hate and in support of its AAPI neighbors, and now therefore be it proclaimed that I, Drew Combs, Mayor of Menlo Park, hereby denounce stigmatization, racism, and xenophobia against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. With that, I wanted to pause for a moment and first thank Councilmember Willison and City Clerk Karen for drafting that proclamation. And I also want to give Councilmember Willison and others on the council an opportunity to speak if they so chose. Yeah.
I just wanted to thank you, Mayor Combs, for reading that and let the community know that we stand in solidarity with you and we denounce any form of discrimination and racism that our fellow neighbors are facing. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I wanted to thank the mayor and Councilmember Wilson for coming, and former Mayor Ali. Though my thoughts are also with Chelsea Newen tonight, who faced this type of discrimination, these types of attacks during the last city council election. Menlo Park has had its history of this very recently, and so didn't want the moment to go past without acknowledging that and saying we have work to do here in our city as well to go ahead and address these issues.
Thank you for those comments. Okay. With that, I'll move on to a proclamation regarding Equal Pay Day. It's item F2. Whereas more than 50 years after the passage of the Equal Pay Act, women, especially minority women, continue to suffer the consequences of unequal pay. And whereas according to the U.S. Census Bureau, women working full-time year-round in 2020 typically earned 82% of what men earned, indicating little change or progress in pay equity. And whereas according to Graduating to a Pay Gap, a 2012 research report by the American Association of University Women, the gender pay gap is evident 1 year after college graduation, even after controlling for factors known to affect earnings, such as occupation, hours worked, and college major. And whereas in 2009, the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act was signed into law, which gives back to employees their day in court to challenge a pay gap. And now we must pass the Paycheck Fairness Act, which would amend the Equal Pay Act by closing loopholes and improving the law's effectiveness. And whereas according to one estimate, college-educated women working full-time earn more than $500,000 less than their male peers do over the course of a lifetime. And whereas nearly 4 in 10 mothers are primary breadwinners in their households, and nearly 2/3 are primary or significant earners, making pay equity critical to families' economic security. And whereas a lifetime of lower pay means women have less income to save for retirement and less income counted in a social security or pension benefit formula. And whereas according to the AAUW Gender Pay Gap Supplement, fair pay equity policies can be implemented simply and without undue cost or hardship in both the public and private sectors. And whereas fair pay strengthens the security of families today and eases future retirement costs while enhancing the American economy. And whereas Wednesday, March 24th, symbolizes the time in 2021 when the wages paid to American women catch up to the wages paid to men from the previous year. Whereas Menlo Park, San Mateo County urges its residents to recognize the full value of women's skills and significant contributions to the labor force, and further encourages businesses to conduct an internal pay evaluation to ensure women are being paid fairly. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by I, Drew Combs, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 24th, 2021 as Equal Pay Day. With that, we'll move on to we're going to skip commission reports, but I just want to check in with the city clerk. Should we take public comment on the commission report, even though we're not going to have it, or are we able to skip that too?
We can skip the public comment at this time and take it when we do take the item in a future meeting.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you for checking.
Sure. With that, we'll go to the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the city council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a city council member, city staff member, or member of the public requests an item to be discussed or continue to a later date. With that, we'll first go to public comment for the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our consent calendars, items H1 through H4 regarding city council meeting minutes, approval of a resolution updating the city's conflict of interest code, the 2020 housing element annual progress report, and the final map for the project located at 115 El Camino Real, please engage that hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a cell phone or from a landline, please press *9 to raise your virtual hand. And our first public speaker will be Lynn Bramlett.
Hello again. I'll attempt to be brief. I was recently at a housing element update reporting seminar where the point was made that cities are also supposed to submit an annual general plan progress report. They made the point that only 25% do, and it's not enforced. But still, I think this would be a good idea in Menlo Park. And I asked for the government code, and I was told it was section 65400 and 65700. And I see the housing progress reports included, along with one for the general plan. And this document I have says it's not required. It doesn't have to be a time-consuming update. And why I think it would be important is, I think we all know Connect Menlo was concentrating land development in a small area of Menlo Park, and the program level EIR is being used today as buildings come forward. And I think having an annual review would help us all to, keep it top of mind, take a new look at what those were, especially in light of our conversations around equity and so forth. again, I want to be brief, but just for example, the overriding benefits were the first category was economic. And then when I look at these, I think these should see the light of day more often, especially at least on a yearly basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public commenter will be Lauren Bigelow.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lauren Bigelow, and I am here tonight representing the Housing Commission to share our observations and reflections on the Housing Element Annual Progress Report with you. When examining the production serving various income tiers, it's clear that Menlo Park is producing a large amount of housing units that will be affordable to above moderate income earners and are producing very low and low income units. We are far behind in production of moderate income units, but that seems to be a common situation across the region and is likely connected to the way income limits and funding sources collide. In terms of policies and processes, our city has significantly improved our homelessness prevention and outreach outcomes. We've done that by participating in partnerships and dedicating steady and patient outreach with our homeless population to build trust. It's a lot of work, and we want to acknowledge Rhonda in particular for her efforts. That being said, though, the #1 cause of homelessness is eviction, and those that are at the highest risk for eviction and homelessness are those that have household incomes well under that above moderate level, whose housing units we are producing at a fraction of the above moderate housing units. This is a problem for the entire community, particularly given the public health risk that the homeless population faces during pandemic times. The easiest and most cost-effective way to deal with homelessness is to stop people from becoming homeless, rather than trying to serve them once they are already on the streets. This is known. If we want to protect our community, we have to do a better job producing those units that are at steep levels of affordability. Currently, the majority of the units that are affordable are through our market rate inclusionary program, and those units are a better fit for low-income households at the higher end of the range, and not those in the very low or extremely low income tiers. This points to the importance of dedicating land near transit to projects that are majority affordable housing and can draw on tax credit financing as we go forward. Thank you so much, and I hope that our reflections are helpful.
Thank you for your comment. This will be the final call for any public comment on our consent calendar this evening. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Heron. With that, I'll bring it back to the virtual dais for any comments, motions related to all of the consent calendar or a desire to pull an item off the consent calendar. Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I'd like to pull H2 and H3.
Okay. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I was going to pull H3.
Okay. Okay. So can we entertain a motion on H1 and H4? Vice Mayor Nash.
So I move that we approve H1 and H4.
And I think Councilmember Willison was going to second.
I'll second.
So I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Nash, a second by City Council Member Willison to approve items H1 and H4. Any further City Council questions or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor.
Yes.
City Council Member Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, so then with that, we'll go back to H1, approve resolution number 6618, updating the city's conflict of interest code. And that was Vice Mayor Nash, right? Or was it was Councilmember Willison? Sorry.
I think I did it, and then
Okay.
and then Vice Mayor Nash said, "Me too." Okay, a few questions. So my sense is that this is only for the only addition that we're looking at is the Housing Commission and the Complete Streets Commission. So I'm curious what the Housing Commissioners and Complete Streets Commissioners, if they were noticed about this. I understand this. I get the impetus for this. I mean, transparency is always a good thing. I have a few concerns. Well, first of all, I'm not quite sure if it's needed, given that commissioners and council members, everyone has to recuse themselves if they have a conflict or a financial conflict with things. And then I'm worried it's going to deter participation in our commissions. And so I'm just curious what kind of feedback we have and how much of a difference this would make from our recusals policy we already have.
So I'm going to turn to the city clerk and the city attorney to answer any questions about this item.
Perfect. I will take the first stab at this, but definitely looking for more legal opinion on it as well. So this item came about back in September 2020. There was a request by the City Council that any of our advisory bodies that had impact to land use and real property, the housing element, be added to our conflict of interest code, requiring them to complete the Form 700. We have not connected with the advisory bodies to let them know that this was coming down to the City Council for review and approval. And when we talk about the recusal of different advisory bodies or City Council members, that does not change. It's still in place. They are still required to do that with or without this addition to the conflict of interest code. But again, it was brought to staff. We were directed to bring this as an update to the conflict of interest code. So it would be not in lieu of the recusal. It's just like you had mentioned, Councilmember Wilson, just more transparency.
I think the city clerk got all of that correct. The FPPC has determined the rule for when an agency must list positions that are not already listed in the government code. And that is when an employee or body will participate in making decisions that would foreseeably have a material effect on any financial interest. So typically those decisions involve entitlements. So consideration of a permit or an application or an appeal of some revocation of a permit or entitlement, and would also involve a body that makes legislative decisions that might impact the financial resources of other people. So that would be like a change in zoning that was targeted at a particular area. So the Planning Commission would be implicated in that as well.
Yeah, I totally get the Planning Commission. And City Attorney Doherty, given that you have a breadth of experience in other cities, can you lend us any insight into kind of if other cities require, what commissions are typically required to fill out the Form 700? Because I know that as a council member, I remember my husband's like, whoa, they're asking for a lot of information. And so I just wonder kind of the hoops that we're having our commissioners jump through, kind of a cost benefit analysis here.
Yeah, I've seen it go both ways. I think it's very typical to have your Planning Commission on your conflict of interest in a city's conflict of interest ordinance. I think as far as other commissions go, it depends on the city. And I've seen some cities be inclusive of commissions that do not necessarily hear entitlements, and some cities that don't include those commissions at all.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I support moving forward with this, with this disclosure. I think it's important, especially with the number of commissions that we're going to have weighing on things like the housing element, general plan, specific plan review process. I think it's important that for transparency purposes, people understand whether or not people have real property interests in areas, and that not be something that someone have to go and try to search and figure out. So having it listed there, I think, is just something that makes sense. I think it makes good sense. And I think putting, in Menlo Park, property interests aren't always easily found or identified. So I think it just makes, I think for transparency purposes, given the amount of planning that we're going to have taking place in the housing, having disclosure like that is something. I don't think it actually takes that much time to say whether or not you hold a real property interest, what land you own. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Willison.
City Attorney Doherty, can you just, how would the amount of disclosure, or if someone has to recuse themselves, is it for their property interests, or is what, I'm just trying to understand how this conflict of interest code further, what it gives us that we don't currently have with recusals.
So the conflict, the adding these entities to the conflict of interest code will require every appointee on those bodies to complete a Form 700. And as you all know, the Form 700 requires that you disclose any real property interests that you have in the city. Those real property interests are not always going to be a source of recusal or a source of income for purposes of recusing yourself. If one were to have to recuse themselves at a particular hearing. So the recusal rules at a hearing involve decisions that would impact real property interest or sources of income or business interests and a million other interests that the FPPC has listed for us. And the Form 700 would apply to disclosures more broadly, requiring disclosure of any real property interests in the city, even if those were not implicated in a decision.
When do we have this going into effect if it is approved? I was just trying to look.
So it would go into effect immediately for the Housing Commission as well as the Complete Streets Commission. And then if the City Council ever created future advisory bodies that had impact to real property, land use, housing element, then it would apply to them as well. But immediately it goes into effect for Complete Streets and Housing Commissions.
Yeah, I would be supportive and possibly like a delay of a couple of months at least to give those. In general, I'm supportive. More disclosure is certainly a good thing. I do remember myself going from the Bike Commission to the Planning Commission, and I was like, oh wait, what is this? I really got to, I was like, I really got to disclose all this information. And so I can appreciate that it is, it could be a shock, especially when there's not necessarily a history of those commissions being required to disclose. But from a good governance point of view, I don't know if I have like an objection. Again, especially as we embark on the housing element, and especially as of which I encourage. I think the Complete Streets Commission takes a more robust stance when it comes to projects, transportation projects as they relate to development. And so generally I'm supportive. I would want to sort of delay an implementation just so that like people on those commissions, if there is support for implementation, I would be in favor in delaying it so those people aren't completely blindsided. Councilmember Taylor, and then Councilmember Mueller.
I believe Councilmember Mueller had his hand up first.
Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Thank you, Mayor Combs. As a fallback position, I'm happy to just say that it would only be, we only need to do real property disclosures with respect to stock, portfolio, and things like that that you would find in a Form 700. That can be required. That requires more time, basically. Having gone through that, you know, you have to talk and try to figure out where your interests lie. But I think real property disclosures are something that's easily identifiable, you know, what you own in the city, and to have that disclosure made. So we could have a modified Form 700 just for real property disclosures, but I strongly believe that disclosure of real property is important.
Thank you for those that suggestion, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And just to follow up on a comment you made earlier, it's just the timing. Isn't the N700 due April 1st? And is there a way to delay it?
The annual reportings are due April 1st, and that's for anyone who has already completed their assuming. So for planning commissioner, city council members, staff, everyone that has already done their assuming has now habitually filed their annuals. This would be an assuming office for these two advisory bodies that we're talking about this evening. And to the point of the effective date, we do have our annual recruitments coming up at the end of April. So it could be possible that we extend that effective date till we have the bodies filled with new commissioners, and then propose the Form 700. To City Council Member Mueller's point, maybe only are modifying a Form 700, so to speak, on real property. I'd probably defer to our city attorney on kind of how that form would look and the creation of that form if we didn't want to go the full Form 700 route.
Yeah, I think if we want to limit the reporting requirements to just real property interests and not including gifts or income or investments, then we probably would not include the entities in our local conflict of interest code, and we would instead adopt some other regulation that says they just have to report their real property interests, because the government code actually specifies that those employees and bodies in a local conflict of interest code must complete the Form 700. So Judy and I could work together on that. If the council wants to go in that direction, I'd probably recommend you not adopt the resolution or not adopt it as to the addition with respect to advisory bodies. Direct us to come back with some alternative, and I'll do some more thinking if that has to be in the form of an ordinance, or we could do it in a resolution adopted by the council to just require real property reporting of advisory bodies.
So what are the thoughts on just requiring the disclosure of real property versus the other elements of the Form 700, which again in this instance does not include just the commissioner, but would also include their spouse, right? And so it includes the both, or if there is a spouse, right, or partner, right, both sources of income for those individuals, and obviously any sort of stock holdings and things that may be held in their name. Generally, again, I could be supportive of limiting of sending the city clerk and city attorney back to propose some bespoke resolution or measure where we're getting the real property information, but not requiring people to disclose all of the stocks that they or their spouse hold and their sources of income. Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I feel like I'd be a lot more comfortable if we had heard from the commissioners, and we have a lot of sitting commissioners. I totally understand the desire for transparency, but these are volunteer advisory boards, and I don't believe they make any permitting or entitlement. I mean, they just make recommendations. So again, I really respect the hardworking commissioners that we have, and I worry, I am a little concerned that we're going to have a big potential. I have no idea because I don't know what the outreach has been, what our commissioners think about this.
But by default, if you have a big sort of negative reaction, I don't know if that's like a good thing.
I hear you, but it is. Some people are private people, and it's they might not have signed. Like, we all signed up to run and to expose ourselves in a certain way. And I think if you're signing up for a certain commission, you might not expect that much scrutiny.
I think for me, and I'll go to the to Councilmember Taylor and the Vice Mayor. I hear where you're coming from, and though for me, I think our stance on the policy should turn on whether we think it's good policy or not, or whether we think it has value. And the fact that commissioners may feel it's an imposition is, to me, less important than does this represent sort of for us an element of good governance? And maybe it doesn't, right? Because to your point, these are not actual decision-making bodies in the sense that the Planning Commission. And so I think it's a fairly valid point to say that, no, maybe these commissions shouldn't be shouldn't have to, the members of these commissions shouldn't have to disclose. But I'm less comfortable with saying, let's make them let's rely on them to be a main factor in that decision.
Can I just respond to that really?
Yeah, of course you can respond.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut the line, but just because it just reminds me of the public engagement conversation we had, 6 hours ago, and talking about who's stakeholders, who's in the room, who's not in the room, seeking public input. And I just feel like they're major stakeholders and they're just not here. So that's where I have discomfort.
Yeah, they're impacted. And so, but to me, I think it's overarching. It's what the council thinks is the right decision, and I could see a council member going either way. But to be very frank, but I would just if we sort of, and again, this is my only stance, if we sort of said, let's go and poll them, or to some degree, and they came back and all said no, right? And if they're if their spouse is like my spouse, you went home and said, oh yeah, you've got to their spouse was like, what are you doing here? Then to me, I think that sends a worse message than us just deciding not to do it. Right? Okay, with that, but I hear where I hear where you're coming from, and that's why I was saying that at minimum we would want to delay it. But I hear exactly where you're coming from. I'm going to go with I don't know if it was the Vice Mayor. I'll go with the Vice Mayor first, since she hasn't commented on this issue, and then go to Councilmember Taylor and then Councilmember Mueller. Okay. Well, then I'll go to Councilmember Taylor and then Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Initially, I was supportive of the modified version that Councilmember Mueller suggested, and then after your comment, Mayor Combs, I'm like, well, maybe I'm not supportive. But my question is, because it's not in the staff report, are other cities doing the same thing? Or are we just being progressive? I didn't see any of that information in the staff report.
I can respond to that. I had mentioned a little earlier that I think I have seen it go both ways. I think some cities are very inclusive of having various commissions complete Form 700s, and some stick strictly to the FPPC rules and just have their planning commission, city council, and higher level employees.
Thank you. My concern is mainly, is this going to be a deterrent for folks to apply, considering the number of commission seats that Judy advertises at every meeting? So that's my concern right now. Thank you.
I think we could consider these the disclosure reach codes. And so, I'll go to, hopefully, the Councilmember Dior, you weren't swayed either way based on what I was saying. Because like I say, I don't know where I stand. I think I stand somewhat in the direction of I think I'm probably more closely aligned with Councilmember Mueller in some sort of modified version. But I think to Councilmember Willison's point, I do think even if I say that, like, I don't necessarily think that they should be a deciding factor, I do think that we owe some disclosure of this to members of the Housing and Complete Streets Commission. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I mean, so the fact of the matter is that these reporting transparency requirements are done so that there's public trust in the process, so people can go and look up vis-a-vis what people's interests are in making their decisions and what they're advocating for. And the fact of the matter is, in Menlo Park, we required of the Planning Commission, but actually our Housing Commission and our Complete Streets Commission and some of our other commissions actually advocate and more than the Planning Commission of the City Council. And they're more active than the City Council. And candidly, the interaction with the public is because of that is more, and sometimes the criticism of that is more. And this is done to create public trust so that when that occurs, people can go and say, okay, well, I know what their interests are. I know what background is. You know, when it comes to real property interests, the reason why I think it's a fine modification and not that big of an imposition, it's because real property interests are public record. It's not like you hide what you own. People can go and find that out. This is just asking a person to accumulate it and put it in one source so that people can go and look at it, as opposed to, you know, the intricacies of the other things you disclose on your Form 700. There's not necessarily, it would be a lot of work to go find a public record of that. And some of that might not even be disclosed in a public record. But what you own, real property rights is. So this is just simply asking someone, put it on a piece of paper, and so people can go and look at it. And I think with the amount of planning decisions that we have coming before us in the near future, and the possibility that there will be a lot of advocacy taking place out of all of our commissions, I just think this creates an environment where there's more transparency, more trust in our process when the public has questions. Thank you.
And just sort of confirming with the city attorney and the city clerk, right? We're only, in that element, we're only talking about, well, so if we did this modified version, we would only be talking about real property in the city of Menlo Park, correct? Because that's not like the Form 700 standard, right? Don't you have to like disclose like all of your sort of real property interests writ large in a standard sort of Form 700?
I'm going to have to defer to the city clerk. I thought it was just within the jurisdiction, but
Is it just within it?
I'll report. Okay, she agrees.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes, it's just within the city of Menlo
Cool.
Park for the Form
Okay.
700.
Okay, totally fair. So I would think with the vast majority of commissioners, like, right, that is, you know, probably the home that they live in and own. Maybe there are a couple of commissioners that have some additional sort of, you know, retail or investment property in the city, but I imagine it's not probably going to be an exhaustive undertaking. The vice mayor and then Councilmember Willison, and let's just sort of see where we're at on this and wherever it is, you know, move on.
So I am actually against Form 700, but I would be for the reporting of real property in Menlo Park because I think that it is available, just Google searches. And so just going through that process, I do not think is too onerous. So I would not, and I would like to have some sort of slightly delayed, just so people can, you know, depending what they're doing at this point, they have a little bit of time pull that together, although I can't imagine that it's very difficult.
Councilmember Willison, and obviously if we go with this modified version, then there's going to be delay anyway, because and Councilmember Willison.
I really appreciate this conversation. I enjoy reaching consensus with all of you. And as a result of this conversation, I'm comfortable with the real property Menlo Park specific, publicly available anyway type of disclosure. And I move that we direct staff to come back with what that form would look like. And that will then give some time to notice the commissions as well.
Yeah, thanks. So we have a motion. I would only add to that motion that we also instruct in the city clerk to specifically email and inform the commissioners on these commissions of this upcoming change or of this future agenda item. Councilmember Willison.
Yes, and I would also add to my own motion to somehow give a heads up to people applying for the Housing and Complete Streets Commission that this change is coming.
Okay, cool. City Attorney, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, Mayor, that you guys probably still want to make a motion to approve the resolution, but remove the addition advisory bodies related to land use, real property, and housing element. And that would involve the direction for us to come back.
Okay.
There were other changes that I imagine the city clerk wants approved.
So I think Councilmember Willison is okay with that being sort of the purpose
so
of.
then I move this resolution minus those commissions and instead to come back with a form of real property within Menlo Park for us to look at, and then to give a heads up to the existing commissioners and give a heads up to applicant commissioners.
Vice Mayor.
I just wonder if we want to also include the Parks and Rec Commission in this list. And I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other, but given that they also have some, they also basically just improve properties in certain parts of the city. Would that also be good to have transparency if any of them have property? And and actually, the one, and also, I guess, EQC, which has the heritage tree. So I don't.
So it seems like I do think you're muted, Vice Mayor. I think I couldn't hear you. Or,
I'm sorry. I think can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So I just wonder, where do we draw the line on this?
Well, I thought that like the line was being drawn in connection, well, sort of the Housing Commission specifically has a role in development or looking at sort of, development projects. And there were lots of very, very large projects in the works. And the Complete Streets Commission will have more about their work plan very, very soon. The transportation has been, again, with the largeness of these development, has been more and more an important role. I think you make a valid point. Where is the line? And as I say this, where I'm saying it could be. I just, at this point, I don't know how this is going to land, and so I don't want to expand it at this very moment. I want to see how it's going to go. And
yeah, I'd like to keep my motion as is, and then maybe we can see how this pilot goes. With these two commissions and come back.
Okay, Councilmember Taylor.
I was just going to second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. And did we not do we did public comment, right, on all of this? Okay. Right? Yes. Or did we not? Okay.
Yes, we took public comment on the consent calendar.
Okay. Vice Mayor Nash.
Oh, I actually had someone text me that they would try to give public comment on this, but apparently if we do want to, I don't have a strong feeling on it.
Yeah, if someone wants to provide public comment, I'm happy to take it if the city clerk says it's okay.
course, we haven't taken the motion. So yes, we can reopen public comment for item H2, approve resolution number 6618, updating the city's conflict of interest code. All right, and the public commenter is Katie Baruzzi.
Hey, I'm actually having really strong feelings, and I'm going to try to articulate myself clearly. When I first saw this, I thought, yeah, no big deal, transparency. And then I mentioned it to my husband, and he had the kind of reaction that Drew had mentioned. And the reaction was predicated on, I don't know if I want to trade the small amount of influence you think you have in the city for a full public disclosure of my private investments. I'm a private person. That's just not how I roll. I'm not sure I would have agreed to that trade-off had I known that was going to be something that was happening when you applied to the commission. And hearing that response, I thought, well, gosh, I wonder what other people would think, but we don't know because our staff liaison didn't know about this and wasn't able to inform us about this. And I'm assuming housing didn't either. So I think there's been a communications issue. And I would also say that I'm a little like, I went and looked through the municipal code because I was thinking, wow, I must have more, actually, maybe I have more influence and power than I think I do. Mostly I think of them just sort of an advocate screaming the same 5 things, the same, and 2 of you listen to me and the rest of you don't or whatever, right? But like, apparently, I do have the power as a commissioner to vote sometimes on whether or not we can remove up to 5 parking spaces, near intersections if staff recommend it, and that can be appealed to council. But that's it, right? That's the one decision-making power. That's what we have. Happy to tell you where I live and how much money we have in our mutual fund. But I guess I'm actually, I'm just going to say it to the 5 people here and the 10 people who are still listening, deeply offended by the tone of some of the council member comments that made it sound like, Complete Streets commissioners, they advocate a lot. And so people should know where they're coming from. I mean, by that standard, then you should be also requesting, Pamela Jones, who comes and makes comments at every meeting. I think it's fair to say that people should have the same level of transparency when they have real authority and decision-making power in the city. I think it's kind of mean to have this sort of sneaky thing on the consent calendar that doesn't get noticed to commissioners. And then you go and read it, and it's a really long and freaky looking form that makes it look like you have to go through all of your retirement and education savings accounts and whatever, and just reveal all of that information on some public website. It feels a little bit like harassment, and it feels like targeted harassment. And I object to it strenuously. The method and the tone. Happy to do whatever feels ethical and right. I don't have anything to hide. But as a volunteer who is doing my best for the city and trying to be as open as possible, I just need to let you know how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And our next public commenter will be Jenny Michelle.
Good evening, everybody. I know that it's late, and I just wanted to respond to the last caller. You're so lucky that you have investment money. You're so lucky that you have a 401k. It's going to be really easy for someone like me to provide you my interest because I don't have any, right? So I think, I know it's late and we're all, sensitive right now. But just understanding where you're at in all of this is really important. Maybe it's time for people who don't have resources to attempt to, be on a commission, right? Where we don't have the same considerations as the previous caller did. So again, I really thank you for all your service. I love being a resident here, and this is tough stuff. So thanks again.
Thank you for your comment. And our final public commenter on this item is going to be Karen Grove.
Thank you, both public commenters. I thought you both made excellent points. And I want to just make sure we don't, if we change course, that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think that's the right expression. Because I'm a housing commissioner, I'm speaking for myself. But I do think it's important for the Housing Commission to disclose if we own real property in Menlo Park, especially if we're landlords. While I was on the commission, I bought a home in Bellhaven. Actually bought it so that the renter could stay put at the same rent. And I disclosed that. I just made an announcement because I thought it was important. And I think that should apply to all housing commissioners because, you know, we have taken on tenant protections and landlords have different perspectives. We heard from plenty of landlords supporting the tenant protection, but they have a financial interest against certain tenant protections. I think it's important to disclose real property that housing commissioners own in Menlo Park. And I want to point out that public record search is insufficient because particularly bad actors would be motivated to own their property in an LLC, which hides their identity. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. And that does look like the conclusion of all our raised hands. Mayor Combs, and return it to you.
Yeah, thank you for all those comments. I'm comfortable with proceeding with the motion, and you know, if obviously we will see this again, right? And if there is a desire to sort of tweak at that time, maybe tweak it to just housing commissioners or do something, then I think we have that ability. And to Ms. Baruzzi's, you know, concern, I mean, those concerns were definitely valid, and that is connection with the Form 700, right? And we've moved off that. That's not where we are, or what we're proposing for any commissioners outside of what is pre-existing, and that is the housing commissioners and obviously members of the city council. But before we move on to, did we have a second on that? I know Councilmember Taylor was a second. Okay, and so let's go to Councilmember Mueller, but before we call the roll on it.
I just wanted to say there's nothing about targeted or harassment at all in the intent in doing this. It's simply, we have major land use decisions coming in front of the city. These commissions are advisory commissions that will be issuing opinions on these land use decisions. They're active commissions. I think it increases public trust that we, and specifically, as you indicated, Mayor, I offered that we pare it down to real property interests, so it was not onerous, but simply address the matter. And I'd like to thank Commissioner Grove for her sharing her perspective on that, because I think that's right. Basically, when a speaker is going to be speaking on these real land use, on these real property land use issues before the city, I think it's going to be incumbent for everyone to understand and be able to look and see what the perspective is in their where they're coming from in that discussion, both as a commissioner personally and as a commissioner professionally. Thank you.
Okay, City Clerk Karen, you can take the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Willison and a second by City Council Member Taylor to adopt resolution number 6618, updating the city's conflict of interest code without the advisory bodies, create a real property within Menlo Park only recording form for the city council's consideration, and inform currently sitting commissioners and all applicants of the upcoming agenda item. Any further city council questions or discussions? Seeing none, by roll call vote.
Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I felt like a lot of my heart hurt a little bit hearing Commissioner Baruzzi. And this is a really hard decision, and I'm glad it's going to come back to us so we have time to think about it. But it's a balancing act between public transparency and individual commissioners' privacy, and it's a hard one to thread the needle on. But to the point of people providing public comment, I'm always thinking about kind of what someone's agenda is when they're speaking, whether, where they live and what life experience they're bringing with them. So I wanted to let people know that we are all residents or stakeholders trying to do the best we can for Menlo Park, and that I appreciate the service that commissioners do. And I just wanted to thank you for your comment.
Okay, any other city council member question or discussion points? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
City Council Member Willison,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Combs,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Okay, and so we're still on the consent calendar, folks. But thank you. I think Councilmember Willison who pulled that, I think it's a thank you and no thank you. Thank you, because obviously there was lots to discuss and unpack there, and it's important we had that discussion. It will make our night go longer. So let's go to H3, right, which the other item that got pulled. Receive and accept the 2020 Housing Element Annual Progress Report and Annual Housing Successor Report. And I think Councilmember Taylor and Councilmember Willison wanted to discuss this separately. So Councilmember Taylor, we'll kick off with you. We'll start off with you.
Thank you. And actually, I'm trying to figure out a way to consolidate this and put it in the motion to accept it. A couple questions I had for Ms. Kaufman, if she's here, is just with the list of items that were included that the Housing Commission approved on page H3.1, if that included the investment disinvestment report. Or if it's Mr. Noche.
I'd like to, good evening, council members, Mayor Combs, Rhonda Kaufman. I'd like to ask Mike Noche if he would come on. He also prepared the report, but the investment is it one of the goals that you were asking about? If you could.
I'm wondering if it was included. There's a list that you have, well, Mr. Noche put on page H3.1 that said Housing Commission discussed multiple areas of the APR during their review. And then it puts a list of items and it says it's not limited. And so my question is, was the investment and disinvestment a part of the list, even though it's not on here?
I don't believe it was part of the list.
And so can we add it?
Would you like to add it to the report that we submit to?
Yes.
CD?
Yes.
Yes, we can look into the status of adding that. And if it's possible, we will add it.
Okay. Because that one is actually, I believe, the only current document on data about Menlo Park and housing, which is why it should be included.
Okay, we will add that if we can obtain that and attach it.
Okay. And then my next question was about table 1 on H3.4. And you put all the information, it was written, but it would be nice to have in the chart low, very low, affordable on that list.
Yes, and I'm going to ask Mike Noche, if he's still on here, to come on. Mike, there you are. Mike prepared that list, so.
Thank you.
And good evening, City Council, and thank you, Council Member.
Taylor, I just wanted to clarify the exact section that you're looking at. Are you looking at the staff report specifically, or one of the attachments?
The staff report.
Okay. And if you could just repeat the page number, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Page H3.4.
Okay, I think.
Mike, I believe that's table 1.
Yeah, okay.
Is that
here we go.
correct, City Council Member Taylor?
Yes, it is. Pending housing and mixed
Sure.
use projects.
Sure. So we also have, I can do my best to answer any questions about this table specifically. We also have assistant planner on the line as well, Christopher Turner, who will be able to answer questions about the housing production figures as well. And I see Chris popped on, so I'll let you continue, and we'll do our best to answer that question for you.
Okay, it actually wasn't a question. It was, well, if you can include on that table the low, very low, and affordable, because right now it just says, well, specifically, there's a total of 3,154 units being built in District 1, but it doesn't do a breakdown of how many are low, very low, and affordable. So I'm asking if you can include that in the chart because you'll report out again on this annually. So just the next report, if you can include it.
Absolutely, we can do that.
And my last question is about RDA, but we can take it offline. Essentially, I just wanted to find out where I can find information about the RDA funds. I'm not sure how long they existed in Menlo Park, 30 years, 40 years, but just, wanted some information about that. Specifically, that my understanding is that the RDA funds that were left went to the county.
That would be correct. There are funds that came through the county that are still part of the existing loan portfolio that the city tracks, and that's kept separately in those funds. So it's part of what is reported on annually as well. And that would be, I believe, primarily the CDBG funds that were routed through the county through redevelopment to the city, and the city still manages as the successor agency.
Okay, can you give me the acronyms again, Mr. Noche, please?
Yeah, there's a few different loan categories in our loan portfolio. So there's a PAL loans, which are purchase assistance loans. There's rehab loans, which went toward rehabilitation type projects. Also, CDBG is community development block grants. And I know I'm forgetting one. There's one more category, and if it comes to me, I will circle back with you.
Okay, thank you. Those
Absolutely.
are my questions. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, thank you. I sent staff or council 2 questions or things I wanted to elevate. I just wanted to mention them for the public. One is I have heard, first of all, I want to thank Lauren Bigelow from the Housing Commission for coming tonight to speak. And you make a great point that the best way to keep people off the streets is to not have them get on the streets in the first place. So I think it's just a good reminder of why affordable housing is so important. And to that end, I've heard the Housing Commission multiple times talk about the need to update our BMR in lieu fees. I believe that now we do it on a case-by-case basis. But that recent feasibility study talked about possibly having developing a new fee, and that might be something we could do as part of the housing element. So I just wanted to bring that up as we get to, if we get to the M Group contract, to possibly bring that up there. And then second, I've heard a lot from members of the public about how are we doing on our jobs housing numbers and our jobs housing imbalance. And when I look at the this chart of how we're doing on our housing goals, it's one piece of data, but I feel like it's missing context. and on how many jobs we're adding. And I would be interested, and it doesn't have to be for this year, but for kind of a practice of annually when we go and submit the APR, this housing report on our RENA numbers to the state, that we internally do some type of calculation on our jobs housing numbers, which I know have regional implications, and there's a lot of different ways to calculate it, but some kind of benchmark that we can then just see how we're doing, and to give the public context when we look at the quantity of housing we're adding, to balance that off with the amount of jobs we're creating too, to paint the whole picture. So that was my comment about that.
So then, Vice Mayor Nash.
I will move that we accept this report and move on.
Okay, and obviously staff has taken in the additional sort of direction commentary provided. So, okay, I'll second the Vice Mayor's motion.
Thank you. So we do have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Nash, a second by Mayor Combs to receive and accept the 2020 Housing Element Annual Progress Report and the Annual Housing Successor Report. Any further City Council discussion or questions? City Council Member Willison, I see a hand raised. Oh, never mind. By roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor.
Yes.
City Council Member Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash. Yes. And Mayor Combs.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Karen. And so I want to bring the city manager on for us to sort of go through what we have ahead of us, and where is it at? So we need to get through there's all of the regular business items, and so what from your perspective is a priority? I think I don't want to bump Adina again. So I think we need to do the Complete Streets Commission. The housing element consultant, it's my understanding that there is some time sensitivity to that.
Yes.
So, and then of course we have climate action and the cost recovery policy.
So from my perspective, I completely appreciate that we've already asked Complete Streets to delay their report until tonight. So yes, completely should go ahead with that. And then if we could, I think the most critical is the M group housing element approval, if the council is so inclined, so that we can begin the negotiations on that. And obviously we'd love to get through all of it, but if we can at least get through those two, I think it would be great.
Okay, so the Councilmember Willison.
If possible, could we try to hit cap number 1? At least, I don't know if we can not address the entire climate action plan.
I'm here all night. I'm usually not the person that starts falling off. So I totally, I can, that's fine with me. Like, right, we can just sort of go through them, and I'll sort of be doing check-ins. As we get to 11, we're going to have to vote to go past that as an FYI. But yeah, so okay, so we'll thank you for that. So we'll just go. We'll hit the we'll do the Complete Streets work plan, and then we'll do the M group, and then we'll do a check-in, And then we'll proceed or pause depending on what we get back from that check-in. Okay. All right, thank you, City Manager. Okay, with that, again, like I said, we'll move on to regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. And so action item I1 is approve the Complete Streets Commission 2021 work plan. Here to introduce the item is Senior Transportation Engineer Kevin Chin. And I think at some point also the commission's chair, Adina Levin, will be chiming in. You're on mute.
Hey, Kevin, we're actually unable to hear you. Nothing yet. Looks like we might be having some technical difficulties with Kevin's mic, but I think Chair Levin, if you're able to provide the introduction and presentation, we can begin with that.
All right, sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Adina Levin, Chair of the Complete Streets Commission. And I can give a brief summary of the Complete Streets Commission proposed work plan for your consideration and any comment and approval. For disclosure, I am calling in from Seattle, Washington, where I have been helping an elderly relative. So at any rate, in the staff report that describes the initiatives that the Complete Streets Commission proposes to take on to help further the City Council goals. And I'll describe them in a different order than what you see in the staff report. So one of the items that continues to be a priority for us is a set of projects that the City Council, it sounded like from the priority setting, had wanted to continue in the coming year from previous years as council priorities, being the bicycle and pedestrian crossing of the Caltrain tracks at Middle and the continuation of a route onto Middle Avenue with traffic calming and complete streets in order to provide a route that connects people across town conveniently and safely without driving a car. So we'll be continuing to seek to provide feedback in support of that really important project for the city. Another item that is in our proposed work plan is supporting the City Council in the implementation of the Transportation Master Plan. And as I had presented in an earlier item and in fact in earlier items, we're looking to support the implementation of the TMP Master Plan by commenting on the City Council priority setting and the capital improvement plan, particularly taking a lens of safety and vision zero, and also a lens in furthering climate action in terms of reducing vehicle miles traveled and congestion relief in a way that reduces the vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas reductions. And so that is something that we have in our work plan going forward. That is synergistic to the work plan item to support the climate action plan for the city. We have had a subcommittee looking at electric vehicles and electric vehicle adoption, in addition to wanting to take on reviewing and making recommendations with regard to opportunities to provide safe and compelling and competitive alternatives to driving that reduce congestion, improve quality of life for residents, and reduce vehicle miles traveled, which will help with our climate action. Then I'll mention a couple of other priority items for the commission, and one being our safe routes to school, where we are, being the eyes and ears to the community, and also giving feedback on safe routes to school projects that are coming forward. And lastly, in multimodal and transportation demand management, helping to be eyes and ears for the council, looking at some regional projects and regional policy trends as they affect and are relevant to the city of Menlo Park and to the city's goals. So hopefully that is a useful summary of the work plan initiatives that we would like to pursue in support of the city council's goals and priorities and the city's policies. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Chair Levin, for that presentation. Let's call for public comment on this, and then we'll bring it back to the dais.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item I-1, approve the Complete Streets Commission 2020-2021 work plan, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. This would be the final call for public comment on item I-1. And seeing no hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Okay, bringing it back to the dais, Chair Levin, thank you for that walkthrough of the plan. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, and thank you, Chairperson Levin. Is the mission statement new, or is the mission statement something that the council has approved previously? There's a mission statement on the
Yeah, to be 100% honest, I cannot remember when we revised it. I know that we revised it at some point, and I am not clearly remembering exactly when that was.
That's fair. I like your mission statement. I think it's important that the city council is really clear on what the charge of our commissions are and what we're asking our commissioners to do. I know that sometimes there's talk about commissioners being advocates or pushing certain agendas. My interpretation of what the Complete Streets Commission is and is directed to do is consistent with this mission statement. I wanted to check in with my fellow council members because I feel like this comes up from time to time, and I just want to check in where everyone else is with that, because I think it comes to the core sometimes of the work that the commission is doing.
Vice Mayor Nash.
I'm strongly in support of the mission statement for the commission.
Yeah, I'm supportive. I mean, yeah, I don't have any objection. To me, I think objection would be more tied to a process, and it seems like the process was one of engagement, and one of which the commissioners have bought into this mission, and so that's like, to me, most important. I'm going to go with Councilmember Taylor and then Councilmember Willison.
Thank you.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and thank you, Commissioner Levin, for being patient with us with your presentation. I appreciate it. I honestly don't have any questions, and I really appreciate having the mission statement here. It's definitely clear and in line with council goals, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional comments? Vice Mayor Nash?
So I would just like to propose at some point when we have more time in our agendas and at our meetings, I'd love to have a study session on Dumbarton Rail and get community input and really find out, have a broader discussion about what is happening. Because my impression is that this is all of a sudden moving forward more rapid pace, and Menlo Park is very much affected by this project. And I think that it would be good to engage our residents in our community and get their input.
Yeah, no disagreement from you on that one. Although I will say with Dunbarton Rail, right, there has been mixed signals about where that's at, and so if we really are, more on firm ground, then that's good. But certainly, I think if that is where we are, where we're headed, I think Vice Mayor Nash, you make a really important point that the city should think about how its own engagement process will look like, even though it is not obviously the project lead with regards to that project. Councilmember Willison.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the Complete Streets Commission for all the work they do, and I'm ready to make a motion to approve their work plan.
Great. We got a motion. Do we have a second? Councilmember Taylor? Second, okay.
I'm seconding.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Willison and a second by City Council Member Taylor to approve the Complete Streets Commission 2020-2021 work plan. Any further City Council questions or discussions? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor.
Yes.
City Council Member Willison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Great. And City Clerk Karen, maybe you should stay on so we can take a vote to extend past 11. Am I?
You're so good. Thank you, Mayor Combs.
At least once today, I'm good.
Always. Okay, so by acclamation, consensus of the City Council, are we extending the meeting past 11 p.m.?
I actually have a question about that. How many more items do we expect to be doing this evening?
We definitely wanted to get through item I2, which is regarding the M group for the housing element. And
Okay,
then,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
my apologies. And then the last two regular items, as well as the information items, are still kind of on the table for discussion, or they might be continued. So if you guys wanted to discuss that now, how you wanted to handle the remainder of the agenda, we can do that.
I think we're going to take up item I2 and then do a check-in after that and see where people are. I know like there has been at least one expression of a desire to get to at least the first cap 1 of I3, but let's do a check-in after we get through this next agenda item and see where things are. And so, and to Councilmember Mueller's to your question, I don't know exactly. I don't see us going too far past 11, but obviously the democratic process will rule like how long we go tonight. Okay, with that, let's go to I2, authorize the city manager to negotiate a scope of work and fee and execute an agreement with the M group for the housing element 2023 to 2031 update and related work. Here to introduce the item is Assistant Community Development Director Deanna Chow.
Hello and good evening. Maybe it's good night. So thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. I'm going to be sharing my screen right now and we'll run through a brief presentation. All right. Hopefully my screen is now projecting. Can we see it? Great.
Yes,
Thank you so
Deanna.
much. Okay, perfect. All right. Well, good evening. I'm Deanna Chow, the Assistant Community Development Director, and I'm here this evening excited to announce a selection for our consultant for the housing element process. So I'll just be giving a brief introduction or a background on the housing element update, an overview of our consultant selection process, our recommendation, and then the next steps. So our housing element is one of 7 mandated elements of the city's general plan. It's essentially a plan that plans for our housing needs for a planning period or a planning cycle in the city. And so how are we going to be addressing our housing needs? Our housing need is approximately 3,000 units for the next planning cycle, and that's for a period between 2015 and 2023. So that is a considerable jump from our current numbers, which are around the 650 range. This was identified as a City Council top priority in 2020 and continues to be a council priority. I think given the importance of the topic, the complexity of the subject, and the amount of time that it takes to put together the project, it's important that we do start this work at this time. Again, it's a multi-component complex process, which will include a robust community outreach and engagement. I know we had a very good discussion earlier today. We'll be looking at rezonings and zoning ordinance amendments that would help support our housing units. Preparing an environmental justice element. So this is something new, and it would be looking at addressing potential environmental health risks in the city. We'll be updating our safety element. We'll be looking at climate adaptation and resiliency. And we'll also be preparing an environmental impact report and fiscal impact analysis to look at both the potential environmental impacts and the fiscal impacts of the project to the city. And all of this work needs to be done for submittal to HCD by January of 2023. So a little bit about our consultant selection process. So the city issued a request for qualifications or RFQ at the end of last year. We received 2 qualification submittals from 2 highly qualified firms. From there, we prepared an RFP, which each firm responded to. And then most recently, the City Council formed a selection committee, which comprised of 2 City Council members, 2 planning commissioners, 1 housing commissioner, and staff. And so the group convened to conduct interviews and also followed up with a subsequent round of information from the consultants. And then we also had a subgroup that was created with 2 additional community members that met with 2 of our City Council members for a 3rd round of interviews with our 2 teams, and as they prepared a exercise for a sort of a focus group scenario. There was great conversation amongst the panel members about the 2 firms, but the M group was selected definitely for their great depth of experience, their consultant team, and also some of the new perspectives and fresh ideas that they would be bringing to this process. There were 2 items that were highlighted by the panel group that we would want to focus on as part of our negotiations with the scope of work. And that is making sure that we have strong community engagement and potentially a partner to be brought on to help assist and supplement the work of the M group. And then also creating an advisory committee. So I think both of those lend itself to making sure that we have an inclusive process and one that involves members of our community. In the table here, it shows the group of consultants that would be working with the M group. So there will be an EIR consultant led by ESA, transportation work by Hexagon, and then BAE would assist with the fiscal impact analysis. So happy to seek a recommendation approval to authorize the city manager to negotiate a scope and fee not to exceed $982,000, which is within the scope, which is within the fee that the city council has authorized for the housing element process. And then again, the executed contract with the M group to work through the number of components that were previously discussed. And then our next steps would be to come back to the city council to have a more in-depth conversation about confirming principles and the framework for the project, ensuring that we have a common understanding of our goals and outcomes, and to establish an advisory committee once we work through our work plan with the M group. And we are targeting this for the April 27th meeting. In the meantime, I wanted to highlight a Let's Talk Housing meeting, which is being held countywide, and this is being brought forward to you by the 21 Elements Collaborative. So the jurisdictions within the County of San Mateo, along with the county, forming the Let's Talk Housing Initiative. And on the April 8th meeting date, that is when Menlo Park would be specifically having a breakout room for that evening. But there are 3 meetings. Menlo Park will be participating in the April 8th meeting. So just wanted to highlight that. And with that, that just concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chow. Let's call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item I2, authorize the city manager to negotiate a scope of work and fee and execute an agreement with the M group for the housing element 2023 to 2031 update and related work, please engage that hand in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in, please press *9 now. And our first public commenter will be Lynn Bramlett.
Good evening again, Council. So I have to say I don't object at all to the housing part, but I am concerned already that the environmental justice element and the safety element being bundled in may not get due justice. And what I heard Ms. Chow say about environmental justice is not my understanding of what is environmental justice, which would very much pertain to District 1 and some of the decisions made there and similar decisions elsewhere. And a parallel planning process, which very much relates to the safety element, is the current San Mateo County lead update to the jurisdiction, to their county local hazard mitigation plan, and the jurisdictions will have an annex too. So this is happening in parallel. It very much relates to safety. And so these planning efforts, that's a lot to put into the housing element. I'm concerned that these 2 very important additional elements will not get the attention they need. And then we have another parallel effort going on too. And so making sure that we do adequate justice to all of these is one of my concerns right now.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public speaker will be Jenny Michelle.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much again. I just wanted to clarify when you say robust community outreach, that to me sounds vague. And I think there's a lot of misinformation going around about density and how actually environmentally friendly it is. And, it's a win-win for employers when, even during COVID, the employee works relatively near to their site of work. And then in addition to that, there's also SB 9 that allows duplexes and lot splits in single family residential zones by right. So again, when you say community outreach, it's like, okay, well, what is it that you're trying to, communicate? What is it that you're looking for? Because I think our priorities may differ based on our understanding of the information being presented. So that was my only concern, and I agree with Lynn. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for any public comment on item I2. And seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Aaron. Okay, so bringing it back to the dais. Any additional questions? Obviously, council members Willison and Taylor served on the committee. There were a couple of committees, but I think one or both of those committees they were involved with that is key with that sort of is making this recommendation to council. So happy if there are discussion from other members of council or whether they want to provide additional information. Councilmember Willison.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I first want to say that the staff brought us two really good, solid options of 21 elements in the M group. And I just wanted to thank both of the firms for going through quite an extensive process with us. And I also wanted to especially thank the staff and the community members who served on the panels with us, especially Karen Grove, Krista Carty, Henry Riggs, Michelle Tate, and Pastor Arturo Arias. We really tried to dig deeply into what type of community engagement to reference the speaker. So we weren't just talking in abstract, but there is going to be a plan. And I think that that's a huge focus to make sure who are we reaching, what are we telling them, what feedback do we want. And I do want to just read from the staff report something to kind of set the stage. I know we're going to be talking more at our next housing element conversation about kind of our goals and priorities. But something on page 2 of the staff report, it said, the update process is an opportunity to take a deeper dive at historical land use practices and look toward the future through a lens of equity and sustainability while still achieving a certified housing element. So I just wanted to set the stage of what my expectation is going into this project, that it's going to not just be checking a box of a state mandate, but really looking to do some heavy lifting in our community. One thing that we did not discuss on the panel was if there were add-on services that the M group was, at least I don't remember discussing it on the panel, and we met a lot, kind of what additional tasks we would be interested in having the consultants perform. In their proposal on page 59, they list out some additional things. I am very interested in looking at the objective design standards in the downtown specific plan. I know there might be an appetite to kind of wait and do it later, but given how much we're talking about downtown, and I've heard this topic, the downtown specific plan, brought up so many times, I worry kind of if not now, when, and while we're undergoing this process to add that in. I also know that there was some additional BAE analysis having to do with feasibility of the site strategies and the development economics that I would be interested in seeing. And in addition, in the proposal from BAE, it also talked about the impacts to schools. And I know when we talk about housing, it brings up a lot of issues and concerns about school capacity, and not just their ongoing operational costs of educating kids, more kids, but also of their capital costs. And so I think inclusive of the BAE work is looking at kind of the ongoing costs, but the capital costs, looking at that might be something we want to add on, so that when we are talking to the school districts and engaging with the parent community, we're grounded in data and fact and not emotion. I just think the more information we have for the schools to answer some of those hard questions, the better. And then, like I said, looking at possibly the BMR in lieu fees while we go through this. But I'm really excited, and I can't wait to get us started on this process. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Willison, for those comments and for your service on this committee. Councilmember Mueller.
I want to thank everyone for their service on this committee. The one thing I would say is that I think it's going to be really important going forward in this process is that there is really strong representation from each of the districts, and specifically trying to get people from outside of the body politic of the city, but going out and reaching out to stakeholders from each district who can give varying perspectives and who will be able to explain those perspectives to their neighbors. So delivering a housing element with the amount of housing that this one will carry is going to be not just a big lift of council, but it's going to require a lot of engagement with the public, and making sure that we have strong representation from each district involved in the process all the way through it. I think is going to be important. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I very much agree with what Councilmember Mueller just said, and want to, I'd love to hear, maybe not tonight, but how council will also be kept apprised, because I know I am now getting questions from residents about this and about zoning and more housing, and I'm sure everyone is. And so I think it's going to be very, very important that we are kept apprised as to what's going on, just so that we can communicate out as well. And I guess the one question I would have for staff is how the decision was made about add-ons, and any comments about that, or if that's something we can add later and we don't have to make the decision right now. Thank you.
Ms. Chow.
Thank you. So the 982,000 that's presented before you is not inclusive of add-ons. And looking at the optional items that were identified, it may be around an additional $150,000 or so. There may be things in the current budget, though, that we may not need to pursue as well. So there may be an opportunity to, swap out items. I just would also caution with some of the additional add-ons, each of these individual items in itself could be, a project. And so just trying to understand the capacity of council or commissions, or most importantly, our public. And we had conversations earlier this morning about, not early this morning, but earlier this evening about, being able to, have engage, you know, having quality engagements, making sure that we can hear the voice, not overcommitting anyone, and you know, what is the capacity for our residents and community to be involved in all of these different aspects. And I think even Ms. Bramlett spoke about making sure that even the components that we're working on now with our environmental justice element and our safety element, that we do have adequate time to work through those components of the project. So that's just something to think about as we look at, you know, what additional add-ons, you know, that we might work through. Are they programs that we work subsequently or sequentially, or are they projects that we work concurrently with the work plan that we've identified?
Is the downtown plan, will we currently be reviewing the downtown specific plan as part of this or not?
That is something that we can have a conversation about. I think when we talked about the El Camino downtown specific plan, and that was one of the items that came out of the City Council Subcommittee 2 through 5. It was a very limited and defined scope. You know, there might have been a few tweaks to the existing zoning district that could enhance housing production. We're looking at creating objective design standards that is a more involved process. The specific plan already has objective design standards. And so if we're looking at creating a new zoning district or tweaking the ones that we have, it may be more involved than looking at a few standards.
I guess I would like to make a deliberate decision, not tonight, but at some point about that, only because coming out of subcommittee 2 through 5, that it was intentionally trying to keep the scope small and not reopen everything, but this housing element may be the perfect opportunity to do that. And so as part of a more comprehensive approach, I would definitely like to consider doing that.
Definitely agree. And I think the specific plan area is an opportunity area to look at of how we could provide housing near transit, near services. So, you know, it
absolutely, yeah. Totally agree. And then I guess also the USGS is an area that's obviously being, the government is selling it, so it will be in play. So is that something that will also be covered within the housing element, I would assume?
I think that's probably on the list of potential housing opportunity sites. Yes. I mean, that's a process that we'll be working through, is identifying what are potential housing opportunity sites. How can we adequately provide for housing across the city at all income levels that are, you know, we have to hit certain target groups. And so that is something that this process will look through. And so, yes, USGS, I think we have, you know, it's in the back of our heads, you know, that, hey, this is an opportunity site, but really identifying what density is part of that conversation.
So basically, citywide at everything is the point. Yeah, thank you.
Just Ms. Chow, kind of following up on that line of question, when we are looking at like sort of areas, let's use a downtown specific plan where there is a specific sort of zoning, like, right, I know that there's like housing caps, right, within that. And so we would, you know, we need to raise them, right? If this is going to be an exercise that's going to deliver us some real measure of change, right?
Right. So yes, you're right. The specific plan does currently have a housing cap. What we had looked at previously, as you know, we were just talking about what came out of the subcommittee group, was potentially making some tweaks that did not adjust the housing cap.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This effort, if we were looking to increase the housing numbers along the corridor, it would likely involve increasing the housing cap, which then would lead to amendments to the specific plan.
Yeah. Thanks. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. Just one more thought. And again, not now, but one of the former planning commissioners, Patty Fry, put in very interesting, what I thought was a very interesting email to CCIN, which I would like a staff reaction to at some point, how doable that is, but not tonight.
So any additional comments or someone like to make a motion? Or Councilmember Willison?
Yeah, I just wanted to check in. If we approve the not to exceed, I'm worried if we approve the not to exceed, but then we want to do the downtown specific plan stuff. How does that work? If we want add-ons, what amount should we approve tonight?
So I think I have the scope up. So we can have a conversation with the M group to see what the total budget looks like, given kind of the preferences here that are being described of the add-ons and looking at what's in the budget, and we can bring it back at the 427 meeting if you'd like to authorize at least the 982, and then if there are the need for an augmentation of the budget, we can bring that back on the 427 meeting. That works in a two-step process.
Councilmember Mueller and then Vice Mayor Nash.
Yeah, as the downtown specific plan was the subject of a measure and a vote in the city, I really would like that to be well scoped out, what we're talking about in terms of what that work would be before we were to vote on a budget for it. I think that transparency is requisite in this circumstance because there was a public vote with respect to some of those elements. So unless I know what I'm voting on, I'm not really comfortable allocating budget to it. It may be that there would be stuff there that I'm perfectly comfortable allocating budget to, but in a vacuum, I just don't know what that is.
Vice Mayor Nash.
So just to check, my understanding is that we previously authorized $1.69 million and that this would be not to exceed 982,000 and the 21 elements portion was 5,400. So I think we're still $653,000 under our budget, and which would be great, but are there other plans for that money, or are we just trying to be good stewards of money?
Thank you. Just to clarify, so we're about 1.5 million for the budget. The remaining of that 1.69 is for staffing and resources. So the council did authorize the community development director and a senior planner. So that would be the remainder of that budget. So I think we're trying to be good stewards. I think we're trying to be cognizant and probably mindful that there may be tweaks as we go along in this process too. So that's where the 982 is coming in based upon the M Group's initial proposal.
Great, thank you.
Willison, Councilmember Willison.
Like, you're the mayor, call on me. To Councilmember Mueller's point about the downtown specific plan scope, Ms. Chow, is that something you think you could talk to M Group about and have a sense of what would make sense for us when we reconvene on this topic?
I think we can have a conversation of what it might include, when it might happen, what might be involved, or the trade-offs with doing an effort like that concurrent with the process. I think we can bring back some more information for your consideration.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I just had a quick question following up on Ms. Bramlett's comment, and I'm looking at the recommendations for addressing the hazard mitigation planning for San Mateo County update for 2021. And Ms. Chow, and I think you said this earlier about having the environmental justice and the safety element run parallel with the housing element update. And if I don't make sense, it's because it's 11:30. But I just want to clarify that that your comment addressed the concerns of Ms. Bramlett's.
Yeah, so I believe Ms. Bramlett was just highlighting the importance of all the aspects, all the components of the project. And so we recognize that, and they are running on parallel tracks with the housing element. And we do plan on having outreach engagement on all the topics.
Councilmember Mueller.
I'm just going to move that we authorize city manager to negotiate a scope of work and fee and execute an agreement with the M Group. I'm just going to move the item forward. That's okay with everyone.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Willison, were you seconding?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Mueller and a second by City Council Member Willison to authorize the city manager to negotiate a scope of work and fee and execute an agreement with the M Group for the Housing Element 2023-2031 update and related work. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor,
Yes.
City Council Member Willison,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Combs,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So it's 11:30. I think the question is do we take up I3 or not? Certainly, we're not going to get to anything past I3. So all staff need it for things beyond I3 can certainly take note that they don't likely have to stick around. But I think the question is, do we take up I3? Councilmember Taylor, your hand is up.
I'm a no vote on taking up I3. I've hit the wall.
Amen.
Okay, so we've got two. So it looks as though we're going to also punt on the review and the climate action. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. Yes, I think that we will not do it justice at this point. So I would like to punt on that. But the only question I would like to ask City Manager Jerome Robinson is whether or not we need to do anything with the dining grant program, or whether that's fine waiting till the next meeting.
I think either way, but if the council's comfortable authorizing the $30,000 to fund all the grants, I think you could do that in a motion tonight.
Well, I have some discussion about it, so.
All right, so then we probably need to wait.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to postpone all additional items to a future meeting. And so City Clerk, did you have something to say, Vice Mayor Nash? Because your hand was up. Is it holdover? Okay. So the City Clerk and the City Manager.
Well, I just wanted to check in. We're happy to bring back all the information items if the council feels that's necessary, but if there are any that you feel don't need to come back, since they're information items and not action items, it'd be helpful if we could hear that tonight.
Well, the ones that I had indicated that there were questions for were J1, J3, and J6. And so I would assume then that there's no need for J2, J4, J5 to come back. But if someone on council thinks otherwise, let me know. Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Willison.
I'm just wondering if there's public comment. Do we need to take public comment on the info items if people have hung around, or on the items that we're continuing. I know I see people, we still have some attendees who've stuck it out, and I just want to be respectful if people stayed for those items.
And if
Please.
I may, Mayor Combs, if we are going to be continuing those three, that's fine. But to City Council Member Wilson's point, we will need to take public comment on the three that we are not continuing.
In this point, we're talking about the information items.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, because we are continuing the two regular items, which is fine.
Okay. So yeah. So let's call for public comment on J2, J4, and J5.
Thank you so much. So if any member of the public wishes to speak on our information items, J2, regarding the Bellhaven Neighborhood Traffic Management Plan updates and next steps, J4, request for proposals for installation of renewable power microgrid at the MPCC, or J5, recap of City Council direction on projects under consideration for 2021 priorities and work plan. Please engage that hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first public commenter will be Ezio Alvidi. Ezio, if you could please let us know what item you are providing your comment on.
Yes. Hello. Good evening. I'd like to speak to I believe it's item J5. I don't know if it's J3 or J5 that would be priorities. And I sent an email a couple of weeks ago, and I'd like to illustrate my email with a couple of examples of what I experienced. I am a blind individual who lives on Glenwood Avenue, and a few years ago, I was walking down Santa Cruz Avenue going towards El Camino from Merrill, and on the right-hand side, and I'm walking along, and the train is quite loud, and all of a sudden, my foot is underneath an automobile's tire. And fortunately, it didn't cause severe injury. It was rather uncomfortable, but I couldn't hear the vehicle, which was crossing the sidewalk from the side of the building. I was walking very close to the building, side of the building. I couldn't, of course, see the driver, and he couldn't have seen me at that point. And so, in another illustration, when walking down Merrill, again towards Oak Grove in this case, a SUV bumped into me there and almost knocked me over. Again, I couldn't hear him, and he didn't see me. And so the sound really does have quite an effect if you're a blind individual there. It really obscures your ability to know what's in your environment. If there are hazards, you don't expect hazards when you're walking down a sidewalk generally. And so, and also, if you're blind, you're very sensitive about the state of your hearing. You don't want it diminished by having exposed to long periods of loud sound. I understand even short periods might be damaging over a number of years. So I just wanted to make these comments to illustrate just how important it is that we do have a quiet zone. And I do hope it at least goes from Oak Grove all the way north to Encinal. I don't know if it's practical to put one at Ravenswood as well. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on our information items. Numbers J2, J4, and J5. And seeing no hands raised, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Heron. So with that, unless someone directs me otherwise, I'll close out the meeting. Just before I do though, the Councilmember Wilson's point, obviously I see there are lots of people who are still with us at this late hour, and I know at least a number of them were here to engage in the discussion with regard to the climate action plan. And so I extend my my apologies that we didn't get to it, and certainly my failure as a meeting manager that we weren't able to get to it, but we will prioritize it for our next section. Obviously, we received a number of letters about the climate action plan, and we know that it's of great importance to a lot of residents. And so with that, I will close out the meeting.